Chapter 1041. Her opponent's methods were too terrifying, especially the ice and sword chi. Not only did the terrifying ice obstruct her, but the cold chi also froze her body, causing her movement technique to be much slower than usual. The sword chi was even more terrifying. Every strike could split mountains, split rivers, and shatter the void. She did not dare to resist at all. That was because she knew that as long as she was hit, she would have no chance of survival. The sword chi in the sky pierced through the clouds, and the entire sky was filled with waves of sword light. The black-clothed female assassin was like a black boat, shuttling through the sword light that filled the sky. She was in danger of capsizing at any time. On the other hand, Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and sword chi surrounded his body. He kept waving the Lone Star sword in his hand, and streaks of shocking sword chi swept in all directions. He relied on his powerful attack power to completely suppress the black-clothed female assassin. If not for her strange movement technique and speed, the battle would have been over long ago. However, no matter how fast she was, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill her. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again, and the sword chi in the sky interweaved to form a powerful sword net that enveloped the black-clothed female assassin. This time, the black-clothed female assassin finally had nowhere to hide. She let out a delicate cry, and her body emitted a sharp saber light. She was like a peerless wild saber, and she became one with the machete in her hand as she quickly slashed out. The stunning slash was very terrifying, and it was enough to kill a fifth heaven venerable. However, in the face of Lin Xian's powerful sword net, everything was futile. The two collided, and the entire void whistled. Countless rays of light splattered, and it was a terrifying scene. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too sharp. Each of them contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and they were incomparably sharp. The sword net formed by countless sword chi was like a heavenly sword, and it directly shattered the saber light. Boom! In an instant, the black-clothed female assassin was severely injured, and she was sent flying while vomiting blood. The machete in her hand also shattered into countless pieces and scattered in the void. Dragon capturing hand. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he stretched out his palm like a fiend god. Spiritual energy surged, forming two true dragon phantoms that roared ferociously. In an instant, the true dragon's palm bound the black-clothed female assassin's body like a chain from hell, trapping her firmly. On the other hand, Lin Xian stepped into the air like a shooting star and quickly arrived in front of his opponent. The Ice Lotus martial spirit rotated and formed countless icy chi that crazily rushed into the assassin's body. It froze her spiritual chi and prevented her from exploding. Then, his soul circulated wildly. Like an invisible hand, it quickly grabbed the other party's head, intending to forcefully search his soul. Lin Xian knew that no matter how he asked, the other party would definitely not reveal any information. Rather than wasting time, he might as well search for it himself. Soul searching was a rather cruel method, and those who had their souls searched would usually end up in a very miserable state. On the other hand, if the fox hunter's soul power was weaker than the other party's, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and his life would be in danger. Therefore, most people wouldn't use such a method unless they were extremely confident in themselves, or if the difference in soul force between the two parties was too great, then they would use such a method. Lin Xian's soul power was heaven-defying, comparable to a 7th-grade alchemist. He was confident that his soul power was superior to his opponent's. The other party had tried to take his life several times, which made him really angry. Therefore, he used soul searching. A terrifying soul power entered the other party's mind and quickly searched. Immediately, the black-clothed female assassin revealed a ferocious expression and let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian was expressionless as he continued to use his soul power. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. The thunderstorm wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless strange runes bloomed. He turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into the distance. As for the black-clothed female assassin, her body blossomed with light and exploded once again. Rumble. The entire void trembled, and a huge black hole quickly appeared. It was pitch black and terrifying, and everything around it was completely shattered. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked ahead with a gloomy expression. This time, he had sealed the other party's spiritual qi so that she couldn't explode. However, he didn't expect that there was a special seal in the other party's mind that sealed her spiritual qi. However, when Lin Xian used brute force to assist in the search, he triggered the restriction and caused it to self-destruct. He knew that this was a powerful method set up by the other party's organization. The purpose was to prevent someone from soul-searching and revealing the organization's secrets. However, all of this made Lin Xian's expression even more gloomy. The other party was decisive and ruthless, and they were extremely thorough. They didn't leave any clues at all. This was definitely a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party was proficient in assassination and hid in the dark, making it impossible for him to find her. He could only passively defend. It could be said that this caused a lot of trouble for Lin Xian. However, the others didn't think so. They looked at the sky and were completely stunned. This female assassin was clearly the leader of this assassination operation. Regardless of whether it was her combat strength or movement technique, she was far superior to the others. Even so, she was still captured by Lin Xian and exploded, leaving not even a bone behind. 6 peerless assassins had used the best opportunity to form the strongest killing blow. However, they had failed. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed. This was probably something that had never happened before. One had to know that Lin Xian wasn't an 8th Heaven Venerable Realm expert. His cultivation was only at the 4th Heaven Venerable Realm. Moreover, when he fought with Lu Lai, he used all of his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that he was at his weakest. Even so, he still killed 6 peerless assassins. No one had ever heard of such heaven-defying combat strength. Was he really only at the 4th Heaven Venerable Realm? Why do I feel like he's a peerless old demon? Many people looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Murong Qingshu was shocked. At this moment, he had already listed Lin Xian as the most dangerous person. If nothing unexpected happened, he definitely wouldn't provoke him in the future. As for Shen Yulong and the 6th grade alchemist, their faces darkened. They were extremely unsightly. Originally, they were rejoicing in his misfortune, thinking that Lin Xian was finished and would definitely be killed by the pursuing assassins. This way, they wouldn't have a huge worry in their hearts. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Not only did Lin Xian not die, he even killed all 6 peerless experts, completing an impossible reversal. All of this had completely stunned them. In addition, the relationship between the two sides made their faces even more gloomy. This was definitely their greatest enemy. In the distance, the big shots were also shocked. They originally thought that Lin Xian was on the same level as them because of his special status. However, after seeing this battle, their thoughts were completely overturned. This kind of strength, this kind of combat strength, he was definitely the peak existence of the younger generation. In addition, with the support of the immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian's future achievements wouldn't be much weaker than young Master Ling Feng. In the future, another peerless venerable would appear in the Blood Realm. Chapter 1042. Lin Xian had killed Lu Lai and offended the Lu family. He had also angered Child Ling Feng. Child Ling Feng would not let him off easily. Not only that, but there was also a powerful assassin organization after him. Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky with complicated expressions. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he fell into deep thought. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. In the end, who was it that actually invited such a terrifying assassin organization like Zhui Ming to kill him? He was very confused. He guessed that it was someone from the Vientiane auction, but he had no evidence. However, whether it was the Vientiane auction or not, he had become enemies with Child Ling Feng's organization after this battle. He shook his head slightly. He could only leave this matter to Yu Fei. The only thing he could do was increase his strength so that the other party would not dare to make a move. Today, he had killed a rank 6 assassin. It seemed shocking, but only he knew how dangerous it was. If it was not for Zero's warning, he would not have known about the assassins in advance, let alone dodging their fatal blow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's desire to increase his strength grew. However, the most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Who knew if there were other assassins nearby? Fortunately, Lin Xian still had Zero as his trump card. Other than him, no one in the organization knew about it. This was also the reason why he could fight against them. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian's life was not in danger for the time being. However, he swore that one day, he would find the mastermind behind this and kill him. This included the organization. Anyone who had hunted him would pay the price in blood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. He then sat cross-legged on it and quickly circulated the longevity incantation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to heal his injuries and the consumed spiritual energy. This battle was very difficult. First, he fought with Lu Lai and used all his trump cards. Then, he faced a terrifying assassin and almost lost his life. It could be said that each time was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would have killed him. However, although the battle was fierce, Lin Xian had also benefited greatly from it. Fighting with these top experts had increased his combat experience once again, and his understanding of the illusory demonic step had deepened by another level. The other party's ghostly movement technique had given him endless enlightenment. After this, his movement technique would be able to reach the next level. Quickly circulating the art of longevity, Lin Xian absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to repair the damage to his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes. His injuries and strength had already recovered by about 70 to 80%. His battle prowess had also recovered. Lin Xian had to maintain a strong fighting strength in order to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. The other party was a terrifying assassin organization. They might come to assassinate him at any time. Lin Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword beam, incomparably sharp and piercing through the void. Feeling that gaze, the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyelids twitched, and fear rose in their hearts. After witnessing Lin Xian's means, they were in awe of Lin Xian. They no longer dared to mock him like before. Now, no one dared to provoke him. Even the Shen family's disciples became quiet. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of deep fear in their eyes. Seeing that Lin Xian had recovered, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others also walked up to him. "Little friend Lin, you have great means. You killed 6 peerless assassins by yourself. Your strength is really impressive. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the younger generation who can defeat you. Senior, you're too polite." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. These people were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. In front of them, he would not put on an arrogant attitude. Seeing that Lin Xian was not arrogant, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others nodded slightly. However, they still reminded him. He still had to be careful of the Chasing Life organization. After all, they were a terrifying assassin organization and were well known in the blood field. He had to be careful. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others invited Lin Xian back to Crimson Crescent City. As the birthday banquet was not over yet, Lin Xian could not refuse. He followed Ancestor Qi Yu and the others back. Night fell. The sky was incomparably dark and countless stars twinkled in the sky. In the distance, thousands of beasts roared in the mountains. The sound was terrifying. However, Crimson Crescent City was brightly lit. It was a lively scene with singing and dancing. Lin Xian drank a few cups of wine with a group of important people in the hall. Then, he found an excuse to come out. The other party was a bunch of older people. He had nothing to say there. He might as well come out and eat to his heart's content. After all, the task of inviting them had been completed. However, when the younger generation warriors saw Lin Xian come out of the hall, they were stunned. Then, the entire place fell silent. Even the voices were much softer. Although Lin Xian had a smile on his face and looked harmless to humans and animals, when they thought of the battle during the day, they felt a chill run down their spines. Therefore, when they faced Lin Xian, they no longer had the confidence they had before. Instead, they were filled with respect and fear. At this moment, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City lowered their heads like docile kittens. They no longer dared to cause trouble for Lin Xian. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. It seemed that the battle during the day had really frightened these people. Shaking his head slightly, he walked calmly and came to Murong Qingqing's side. Murong Qingqing had a faint smile on her face. Her gaze was like a gentle hand caressing her cheeks. She snuggled up to Lin Xian and the two of them chatted non-stop. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey ate and drank wildly. They were very happy. The surrounding people looked bitter. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw this scene. The banquet didn't end until very late. Everyone was drunk, and they all left one after another. On the second day, Lin Xian stayed with Murong Qingqing for another day. He did not leave until the third day. Murong Qingqing did not follow him back. Instead, she stayed in Crimson Crescent City. It seemed that she had something else to do. Lin Xian went on his way alone. He did not return to the academy. Instead, he flew in the direction of Windy City. After these few days, he should have gathered all the materials he needed. He had to seize the time and let the dark red divine dragon set up the sturdiest formation to defend the entire auction. Otherwise, if something really happened during the auction, it would be a big joke. If that really happened, the auction would not be able to continue in the future. The Immortal Martial Auction was backed by the Immortal Martial Academy. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. However, with young Master Ling Feng's strength, it might not be the same. Especially those people from the Wansheng auction. They would definitely come back to cause trouble. Moreover, the life-chasing organization would not let this matter rest. Chapter 1043. Therefore, he decided that when the first auction was held, he would definitely request for a few powerful elders from the academy to oversee it. He would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble at the auction. If someone dared to cause trouble at his place, he wouldn't mind letting them know the meaning of regret. Even if it was young Master Ling Feng's men, they were no exception. After a few days, Lin Xian returned to Windseek City. Windseek City was bustling with activity. Various clans were busy building the Immortal Martial Academy. Under such efficient operations, the Immortal Martial Auction was completed at an extremely fast speed. Currently, more than half of it was completed, and only the final decorations were left. As for the materials that Lin Xian requested, Wang Li had also finished collecting them. In other words, it was time to inscribe the inscription formation. As for the matter of inscribing the formation, Lin Xian instructed the dark red divine dragon to inscribe the best defensive formation. As for him, he came to a quiet pavilion and prepared to organize his harvest this time. In this life and death battle, he had gained a lot of experience and inspiration. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion to quickly absorb and comprehend these things. Lin Xian's soul revolved, constantly simulating and refining his movement technique, wanting to reach the next level. This closed-door training lasted for 3 days. Lin Xian had been simulating in his mind. Finally, he was able to simulate it. His Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps, had reached a new level, reaching a whole new realm. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a storage ring. This was a brand new blue storage ring. On top of it, there were exquisite carvings. The entire ring emitted a gentle light, like the stars in the sky. This storage ring used to be Lu Lai's storage ring. After Lin Xian killed Lu Lai, he directly took the storage ring from him. According to his speculation, there must be something good in this storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used his soul force and probed inside. The first thing that entered his eyes was a crescent-shaped bow. It was incomparably black and emitted a savage aura. With a thought, Lin Xian opened his palm and took the black bow into his hand. This black bow was the Black Dragon Bow. Back then, Lu Lai had used this Black Dragon Bow to fight Lin Xian to a standstill. Its power was not at all inferior to the Lone Star Sword. It was rumored that the Black Flood Dragon Bow was made from a real flood dragon. It could be said to be incomparably ferocious. Back then, everyone's evaluation of the Black Flood Dragon Bow was that it was absolutely not inferior to a half-Earth Step artifact. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Lin Xian gently rubbed the Black Dragon Bow with his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. In terms of power, the Black Wirm Bow wasn't inferior to his Lone Star Sword. Moreover, the Black Wirm Bow was made from a real Wirm, and it carried a monstrous baleful aura, causing this treasure to become a true weapon of mass destruction. However, the Black Dragon Bow had already been reserved by the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Ruffian Dragon said that it was his reward for inscribing a defensive spell formation. In response, Lin Xian was very generous and nodded in agreement. As long as he finished inscribing the spell formation, the Black Wirm Bow would belong to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Although the Black Wirm Bow was good, it wasn't a treasure. Whether it was the Lone Star Sword or the Red Lotus Gloves, they weren't inferior to the Black Wirm Bow. Therefore, this treasure wouldn't be of much use in his hands, so he might as well give it to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. After putting the Black Wirm Bow aside, Lin Xian became excited again. This time, he quickly searched for something. Back then, Lu Lai had been able to engage in a fierce battle with him because he had countless trump cards, and the most shocking one was the 9 turns Nether Mantra. That was a true Earth-rank martial art, and its power was unimaginable. Lin Xian had 2 Earth-rank martial arts, so he knew the power of Earth-rank martial arts very well. This made him even more tempted. However, after searching the entire storage ring, he couldn't find the 9 turns Nether Mantra. This made him very disappointed. However, after calming down and thinking carefully, he finally understood. The 9 turns Nether Mantra was imparted to Lu Lai by young Master Ling Feng. He couldn't have given such a precious item directly, and could only have passed it down verbally. Therefore, it was normal that Lu Lai didn't have the 9 turns Nether Mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then calmed himself down and searched the other items in the storage ring. Other than the 9 turns Nether Mantra, there was another item that made Lin Xian very excited. However, he didn't need to think to know that Lu Lai didn't have the relevant information. That item was definitely in the hands of young Master Ling Feng. He was worthy of being called the top of the younger generation in the continent. He actually had such a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. This made Lin Xian very envious. He quickly sent a voice transmission to ask the artifact spirit of the 10,000 years cauldron. "Zero, do you know about the indestructible golden pill?" "Yes, it's a famous pill from ancient times. It's rumored that consuming one can achieve an indestructible golden body, and even a drop of blood can be reborn." So magical. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and his breathing became hurried. "Then do you know the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill?" "No." Zero's answer was very straightforward. Even in ancient times, that kind of thing was extremely precious, and was only in the hands of a very small number of giants. "I don't know the pill formula. However, as far as I know, the alchemy faction seems to have the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill." Alchemy faction. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It was the alchemy faction again. This alchemy faction must be very powerful. However, what made him even more shocked was that young Master Ling Feng actually had such a heaven-defying pill formula. He told Zero about his doubts. After hearing this, Zero was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's nothing. If the other party has the indestructible golden pill, there are two possibilities. One is that the other party is related to the alchemy faction, and the other is that he dug it out from an ancient ruin. Of course, there's also the last possibility, which is that this isn't the indestructible golden pill at all. It's just what the other party called the indestructible golden pill, or it's incomplete. Because if it's the real indestructible golden pill, the effect would be even more terrifying. Of course, it's not that the other party isn't capable enough to brew a complete one. That's all the information I can provide. As for what exactly it is, you'll have to find out for yourself." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. However, he knew that no matter what the reason was, the other party had a miraculous Dan that could instantly heal a severely injured martial artist. He had personally witnessed the effect of this Dan. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. It seems like this young Master Ling Feng really was a great enemy. Next, Lin Xian checked the storage ring again. He found that the treasures inside were extremely plentiful. Techniques, dawn, treasures. Everything he needed. There were also many valuable spiritual medicines. It could be said that this was a small treasure trove. Lin Xian divided up the dawn and techniques and prepared to give them to Wang Li, Dong Fangxiong, and the others. Right now, he needed a strong support force. Therefore, he wouldn't be stingy when it came to resources. As for the spiritual medicines, he kept them for himself. This time's harvest made his storage of spiritual medicines rich again. Chapter 1044. Putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to adjust his condition. Half a day later, he adjusted his condition to its peak and slowly opened his eyes. This time, he was going to refine pills. This time, not only did he go to Crimson Crescent City, but he also went to a strange place and obtained a spirit fruit. It was a spirit fruit that had been lost in the outside world for a long time, and it was at least 3,000 years old. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the spirit fruit as the main ingredient and combine it with other spirit herbs to refine a pot of spirit wine. After communicating with Zero, Lin Xian quickly activated his soul power and summoned the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, with a flick of his finger, a sparkling and translucent spirit fruit appeared in the air, emitting a rich fragrance. With the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Shua's efficiency in refining pills and spirit wine greatly increased, and the results were also much better than before. Therefore, a pot of top-grade spirit wine was successfully refined in a short time. After drinking a cup, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate the immortality chant, refining the energy contained within. Just like that, time slowly passed, and another 5 days passed. The dark red dragon rushed over and shouted excitedly, "Little Xian, the formation is complete." Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. It was finally complete. These defensive formations would be the greatest protection of the immortal martial auction. With a whoosh, a red light flashed and the dark red divine dragon flew in from the outside. It came to Lin Xian's side and quickly shouted, "The formation is complete. Hurry up and give me the black dragon bow." "No hurry, I want to check the formation," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Fuck, kid, you dare not believe me." The dark red dragon jumped up after hearing that. "I used to believe you, but the last time you teleported me to such a dangerous place, I'll check it myself." "What do you know?" The dark red dragon said, "Spatial teleportation is the most profound teleportation formation, a little mistake is nothing. You have to know that other people's teleportation arrays take years or even decades to complete. For me to complete this kind of teleportation in 1 or 2 days is already a heaven-defying feat. Furthermore, the formation we're setting up this time is a defensive formation. I can inscribe a defensive formation even with my eyes closed. How dare you doubt me?" The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased. However, under Lin Xian's insistence, the dark red divine dragon accompanied him to take a look at the defensive array formation. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and handed the black dragon bow to the dark red divine dragon. It had to be said that the formations were simply too perfect. Even a 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerable realm expert would find it difficult to break through them. Even if the people from the Wansheng auction and the Lu clan came to cause trouble, he was confident that he could defeat them. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to fight during the auction. Because no matter who won or lost, once a conflict occurred during the auction, it would definitely cause a great impact on the auction's reputation. This was something that Lin Xian was extremely unwilling to see. Therefore, he prepared to return to the academy and request for some powerful elders to oversee the auction. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the immortal martial auction was completed. In the following period of time, Lin Xian stayed in Wind-Seeking City. He cultivated while waiting for the completion of the auction. Finally, half a month later, the immortal martial auction was completed. Lin Xian also quickly arranged for Wang Li and the rest to spread the news of the auction. This was his first auction, so the grander it was, the better. These matters were handed over to Wang Li, Dongfang and the rest. He himself quickly returned to the Immortal Martial Academy and prepared to request for a group of elders to oversee the auction. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Immortal Martial Academy were gathered in a grand hall and were discussing anxiously. Dean Xian stood in the hall, looking around and said in a deep voice. According to the news from the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Xian's identity has been confirmed. However, due to the current situation of the Palace of Gods of War, they were temporarily unable to acknowledge Lin Xian. However, we have to make preparations to support Lin Xian with all our might. Hearing Dean Xian's words, the surrounding elders were all shocked. Originally, they were only guessing about Lin Xian's identity. But now that it was confirmed, they were still extremely shocked. They didn't expect that such a person would actually be in their Immortal Martial Academy. Since this is the case, how should we support him? One of the elders asked. Isn't he setting up the Immortal Martial Auction? How about this, we will fully support this auction. We must make it the largest auction in the world. Another elder suggested. Hearing this, Dean Xian nodded. Okay, let's prepare for the auction then. Coincidentally, we still have some things in our hands. We can use this auction to get them out. After discussing for a while, everyone finally nodded. This matter could be considered as settled. However, Ding Xian didn't leave. Instead, she said in a low voice, "Everyone, that place is about to open again." That place. All the elders were stunned. After which, their expressions changed as they exclaimed, "What? It's about to open again? It's actually opened so much earlier this time. Yeah, it hasn't even been 100 years since the last time it opened. Who would have thought that it would open earlier this time?" All the elders were incomparably shocked. With regards to that place, they were all extremely solemn and fearful. I don't know the exact reason, but it seems to have something to do with the seal. But it's true that it's about to open. You all should know that although that place is dangerous, there are many heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures within. It can be said that it's a great opportunity. Hence, we can't ignore it. Not only that, the opening of that place not only concerns our immortal martial academy, but also the entire Tianwu continent. Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Evidently, they agreed with Ding Xian's words. How about this? Let's make use of this auction to spread the news. Just as well, let those old fellows from the other powers come over and we can discuss this together. Everyone discussed and finally, they decided to place this matter on the immortal martial auction. However, Lin Xian still didn't know about all this. Initially, he only wanted to hold a grand auction. But from the looks of it now, it was no longer up to him. After Lin Xian returned, before he even went to the academy had already sent people to fetch him. This caused him to be extremely shocked. But this was also good, it saved him a lot of trouble. Very quickly, he met with Hall Master Wan and told him about his thoughts. Earlier, Hall Master Wan said that the academy wouldn't send too many elders. Hence, Lin Xian didn't have much confidence in this request. However, he didn't expect that Hall Master Wan would actually agree without hesitation. This caused him to be extremely shocked. However, since Hall Master Wan agreed, he wouldn't say anything. He only wanted to ensure the safety of this auction. Chapter 1045. Because not only did Hall Master Wan agree to send more elders to oversee the auction, he even took the initiative to spread the news. This caused Lin Xian to be even more astonished. His promotion was completely different from the promotion of the Immortal Martial Auction. One must know that the Immortal Martial Academy was one of the peak powers in the Tianwu continent. Their promotion of the auction would definitely cause a commotion among countless cultivators. Can I ask why? Lin Xian bitterly smiled. This matter was slightly out of his expectations. Hall Master Wan laughed. Since the Immortal Martial Auction is a collaboration between us, we naturally can't let you handle it alone. Not only that, we also have some items in our hands that we wish to auction off in this auction. As Hall Master Wan explained, Lin Xian felt more and more shocked because he discovered that the Immortal Martial Academy was planning to play big this time. The items in the hands of the Immortal Martial Academy were definitely not simple. If they appeared in the auction this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hence, after hearing this news, Lin Xian was incomparably happy. With the support of the Immortal Martial Academy, the news of the auction spread at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, this news had already spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Not only that, it also spread to other places in the Tianwu continent at an extremely fast speed. Those who heard the news were all stunned. What was the Immortal Martial Academy? It was one of the peak powers in the Tianwu continent, an existence on the level of a hegemon. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to hold an auction, and even wanted to auction off some items from the academy. This was simply too shocking. One must know that items that the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to auction were definitely incomparably valuable. And when the crowd was inquiring about the Immortal Martial Auction, another name suddenly appeared in their vision. Lin Xian, a young man, was actually the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. Not only that, this auction was jointly organized by him and the Immortal Martial Academy. After hearing this news, the crowd was incomparably shocked. They couldn't understand what capabilities this young man had, to actually be able to receive such support and favor from the Immortal Martial Academy. For a period of time, the crowd was trying to find out more about Lin Xian. Not only the major powers, even the ordinary cultivators were trying to find out more. Visiting the streets, tea houses, taverns, everywhere there were martial artists talking about Lin Xian. Did you know? It's said that this young man, Lin Xian, is very impressive. Although he's only a new student, he managed to become the third most influential person on the mysterious Venerate list within half a year. Freshman. Third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. That's too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The students of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't ordinary people. Each and every one of them were geniuses. The difficulty of standing out among these geniuses was countless times harder compared to other places. However, Lin Xian had gone from an unknown new student to an influential figure who was ranked in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This leap was simply too shocking. By the way, I also heard that the 3 great factions in the wind-seeking city were all eliminated by this young man called Lin Xian. Even the Wansheng auction was no exception. What? He was the one who did it. I thought it was the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that the Wansheng auction was under young Master Ling Feng. This brat is too bold. Although he's ranked in the top 3 of the Immortal Martial Academy, isn't he courting death by going against young Master Ling Feng? Courting death? That's nothing. Another martial artist snorted, I've received the latest news that Lin Xian killed Lu Lai at the Crimson Crescent City's birthday banquet not long ago. What? Killed Lu Lai? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Lu Lai's name was very famous because he was the peerless genius of the Lu clan. The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian dared to attack the peerless genius of the Lu clan and even killed him. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was shocked and extremely shocked. At this moment, another martial artist revealed another piece of shocking news. Not only did he kill Lu Lai, but he also killed the peerless assassins of the Looming Life Chasing Organization. What? The 6 peerless assassins of the Looming Life Chasing Organization? Everyone was stunned and felt that their brains weren't enough to process it. The Looming Life Chasing Organization wasn't a clan like the Lu clan. It was a terrifying force that was even more terrifying than the Lu clan. The two weren't of the same nature at all. No matter how strong the Lu clan was, they were still a clan. There were still some restrictions on their actions. However, the Looming Life Chasing Organization was different. They were an assassin organization that hid in the dark. No one knew where their headquarters were. However, this didn't affect their reputation at all. Back then, 49 peerless assassins chased after an 8th heavenly layer venerable expert and killed him in the end. Such a magnificent feat deeply shocked the crowd. It could be said that the Looming Life Chasing Organization was an existence similar to the god of death in the blood realm. No matter who was targeted by the Looming Life Chasing Organization, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, Lin Xian killed 6 of their assassins in a row and survived from a situation of certain death. This was simply too unbelievable. As the news was revealed one after another, Lin Xian's reputation became more and more famous, causing everyone to be extremely shocked and puzzled at the same time. They really wanted to know what this powerful young man who was full of miracles was like. For a time, countless warriors set off for Wind-Seeking City, wanting to find out what was going on. As for the news of Lin Xian and the immortal martial auction, it spread wildly throughout the entire Blood Realm. However, when the Lu clan heard the news, they were abnormally furious. The top genius in their clan had been killed, which made them incomparably crazy. Initially, they had wanted to keep the news a secret and secretly kill Lin Xian in order to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the news would be exposed in such a short period of time. Furthermore, it had spread to the point where everyone knew about it. This was a slap to their Lu clan's face. Now that everyone knew that their genius had been killed, how could they raise their heads in front of others in the future? No, we must vent the hatred in our hearts by killing that detestable brat. Otherwise, the Lu clan will definitely become the target of ridicule in the future. Everyone in the Lu clan gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, in a huge and magnificent palace, a beautiful woman was so angry that she shattered everything around her. This action directly scared the maids to the point that they all knelt on the ground. Lin Xian, you dare to kill my brother. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The beautiful woman's face was filled with killing intent, her voice ferocious. She was Lu Lai's younger sister, Lu Mei. The moment she heard that Lu Lai was dead, she was completely stunned. She didn't believe that someone could kill her brother. Someone actually dared to kill her brother. One had to know that Lu Lai was very powerful. As the top warrior of the younger generation, he had many powerful trump cards in his hands. Within the same level, there was no one who could kill him. As for the older generation, they didn't dare to make a move. No one dared to not give face to young Master Ling Feng. One had to know that she was young Master Ling Feng's woman, so no one dared to provoke her brother. However, she didn't expect that someone would actually kill her brother. Chapter 1046. Lin Xian, so what if you have the support of the Immortal Martial Academy? How dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Lu Mei's voice was cold. She had decided to use all her strength to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the remaining cultivators of the Wansheng auction were so angry that their teeth almost broke when they heard the news. Their faces were ferocious and murderous aura surged from their bodies. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. 6 peerless assassins couldn't kill him. What the hell are those people doing? The people of the Wansheng auction roared in anger. Sure enough, they were the ones who hired the life-chasing organization. In order to assassinate Lin Xian, they had spent almost all their savings to hire the life-chasing organization. He originally thought that it would be a piece of cake to kill Lin Xian with the means of the life-chasing organization. However, they didn't expect the life-chasing organization to fail twice. They couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. Although they were young Master Ling Feng's men, they couldn't let young Master Ling Feng intervene in this matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a personal grudge, but a battle between two top forces. Therefore, young Master Ling Feng wouldn't intervene unless it was absolutely necessary. They had to use other forces. However, the assassin organization that they relied on was useless now. This made them furious. What should we do? Do we really need to ask the higher-ups for help? No, we can't let the higher-ups intervene. Young Master Ling Feng doesn't like to keep useless people. If we can't do this, it means that we're useless. Then, we'll have no value. An old man shook his head quickly. In the end, it's all because of this damned life-chasing organization. I thought they were powerful, but they couldn't even kill a kid and wasted a huge amount of our wealth. Another middle-aged man snorted. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Who gave you the courage to speak ill of the life-chasing organization behind their backs? The voice was cold and emotionless. It was like a sharp blade cutting through the void, sending chills down the spine of those who heard it. The people of the Wansheng auction were stunned when they heard the voice. They looked around nervously. In the next moment, the space in front of them rippled, and a black figure appeared before them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a sharp aura. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were unusually cold and carried a strong murderous aura. When they saw this figure, the faces of the people from the Wansheng auction changed. This was because they knew that the middle-aged man in front of them was none other than the life hunters that they had mentioned before. Only those assassins could have such a strong murderous aura. One of the old men sighed, "We didn't mean to insult Zhui Ming. We were just a little impatient." The middle-aged man from before snorted coldly, "What? You guys are incompetent and failed twice in a row. You don't even allow us to speak. You should know that we paid the spirit stones. We gave you such a large sum of spirit stones, but you still couldn't complete the task. Damn it." At this time, the black-robed assassin said coldly, "You don't have to worry about the assassination. That person called Lin Xian is already on our kill list. Now, even if you didn't give us the task list, we would still kill him. I'm here to inform you of this matter." Hearing this, the people from the Wansheng auction were overjoyed. Many of them even looked excited. The must-kill list of the life-chasing organization was an extremely terrifying list, because no one who had been on that list had been able to survive until now. Now that Lin Xian was on the list, they believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be assassinated. When they thought of this, they revealed a sinister smile. It seemed that the two failures had really angered the life hunters. They must have put Lin Xian on the kill list to protect their reputation. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, it would be impossible for him to be on the list. This was because everyone on the kill list was a very famous and powerful martial artist. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, the middle-aged assassin from the life hunters said coldly, "I've finished speaking, but when I came here, I heard that someone dared to slander our life hunters. This made me very angry." At the end of his sentence, a terrifying murderous aura exuded from the assassin's body. It formed a materialized light that spread out in all directions. The entire space suddenly froze. Everyone trembled as if they were being choked by their necks and could not breathe. The middle-aged man from the Wansheng auction narrowed his eyes and his expression changed drastically. This was because he felt a cold murderous aura locking onto him. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. With a horrified expression, he turned around and fled. However, just as he turned around, a crescent moon light suddenly flashed in the air and slashed directly at his head. Puff! Fresh blood spurted into the sky. A human head flew high up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man from the auction quickly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They were all terrified. They didn't expect the black-robed man in front of them to kill them. "You!" One of the old men was so angry that his whole body trembled. The life hunters slowly put away the crescent moon blade in his hand and said coldly, "Life hunters cannot be humiliated. Those who dare to humiliate life hunters will disappear from this world. I hope you guys will keep your mouths shut in the future. Otherwise, you will end up like him." After saying this, the middle-aged assassin's body gradually faded. In the end, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The surrounding martial artists stared at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a chill. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that these people had already started to move. He was especially busy now because the Immortal Martial Academy had released another big move. The Immortal Martial Academy was going to auction off a wordless stone tablet. This stone tablet was left behind by a king. Because it was a king from ancient times, it contained the insights of that king when he was in seclusion. There were even some self-created martial arts. When this news spread out, the entire Blood Realm was shocked. Countless powerful venerables were abnormally agitated. Their faces flushed red, and they couldn't wait to fly over and participate in this auction. King, that was the peak existence of the continent. Moreover, that stone tablet was left behind by an ancient king. To an ancient king, that was even more terrifying. His strength must have been incomparably powerful. The items left behind by such a character would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, this stone tablet was left behind by the ancient king. The things contained within would definitely be unimaginable. Hence, all the supreme experts were extremely agitated. Not only so, even the ordinary martial artists were incomparably shocked. They discussed incessantly and screamed incessantly. F***K. This immortal martial academy is really generous. They can actually take out such a precious item. Chapter 1047. It's not just the Blood Realm, the entire Sky Martial continent is shaken. The insights left behind by a king are the best in the continent. No matter who obtains it, it will be a heaven-defying fortune. Furthermore, it was left behind by an ancient king. Even those king families cannot ignore it. You're absolutely right. I heard that a few king families outside have already started to move. Those 6-star sects are also heading there. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. King families were the top forces in the continent. There were only a few of them in the entire Sky Martial continent. Now, a wordless stone tablet had attracted all of them. This was absolutely shocking news. After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. He did not expect the academy to take out such a precious item. However, after the shock, he was overjoyed. Once the news was out, the whole world would be shaken. At that time, countless powerful forces and peerless experts would come to participate in the auction. This would definitely make his auction the grandest auction in history. With this kind of reputation, it would be much easier to hold auctions in the future. Lin Xian was also excited. He decided to refine some purple spirit pills and auction them together. As the news spread, countless martial artists started to move towards Wenfeng City. Not only the Blood Realm's major forces, even the entire Sky Martial Continent's experts were coming. In a short period of time, Wenfeng City became the center of attention of the entire Sky Martial Continent. A storm was brewing in Windy City, and many experts had arrived. The Immortal Martial Auction was also completed with the final decorations. Originally, the Immortal Martial Auction was surrounded by a huge illusory array. No one could see the situation inside. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally gave the order to remove the illusory array. As the faint light disappeared, a huge palace appeared in front of everyone. This palace was extremely majestic. It was like a huge mountain, standing in the middle of Wenfeng City. This was the newly built Immortal Martial Auction. It was extremely grand and could even accommodate 100,000 people. Compared to the previous Wansheng auction, this auction was much more majestic. There was no comparison between the two. At this moment, all the martial artists in Wenfeng City raised their heads and looked at the huge palace in the middle. Then, everyone let out a shocking exclamation. There was no way around it, it was too majestic. The entire palace was suffused with a faint purple light. The entire structure was built with purple spirit wood, and could be said to be incomparably solid. The purple light flickered like clouds of purple chi, continuously rolling and enveloping the entire palace. The huge building was richly carved with all kinds of precious beasts, and they were as lifelike as pine trees. How was this an auction? This was simply a heavenly palace. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with the appearance of this auction. He, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others climbed up to the top of the palace. Standing on top of a tall building, they leaned on the railing and looked down. He knew that in the near future, a super auction would be held here. This was going to be an unprecedented golden age. It far exceeded the previous Wansheng auction, as he knew that the participants of the auction this time were all terrifying figures and peerless experts. Even in the entire Sky Martial continent, such a standard was rarely seen. After that, Lin Xian led Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others to carefully inspect the formations in the palace. Everyone nodded in satisfaction and excitement. By the way, how are the preparations for the auction going? Lin Xian asked. It's almost done. The main items are all provided by the school, but we have also promoted it in the school, so many students are willing to take out their treasures and auction them. Also, many forces in the blood field are willing to auction here. The quantity and quality are enough. Coupled with the few precious items provided by the school, this auction is definitely enough to shock the world, Wang Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was very confident in Wang Li's work. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned and looked at the sky, his expression extremely solemn. The dark red divine dragon also flew out of the demonic beast pouch with a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura! Then, the situation changed, and an unusually oppressive atmosphere enveloped Windy City. At this moment, not only Lin Xian, but all the martial artists in the city felt it. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. They did not understand what was happening, but they knew that the aura was too terrifying, enough to destroy the entire Windy City. Fortunately, although the aura was terrifying, it did not carry any offensive power. Otherwise, the martial artists in the city would not be able to withstand it. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, a black shadow floated over from afar like a dark cloud. When the crowd saw the true appearance of the black shadow, they all opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he took a deep breath. The clouds in the sky rolled like the roar of a wild beast. Suddenly, countless rays of light surged out from the clouds, each of them extremely dazzling, like a divine rainbow. Then, the rays of light became brighter and brighter, finally piercing through the clouds and completely tearing the clouds apart. A huge spiritual boat appeared. It was entirely white and was completely made of high-quality divine jade. It was like a wild beast, breaking through the sky from afar. Along with its arrival, countless rays of light hung down, and a terrifying and suffocating aura came with it. Countless people were terrified because the aura was too terrifying. It must be someone from a super force. Sure enough, in the next moment, the white jade divine boat floated above Windy City and did not land. It seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that a big shot from a top force had arrived, but because the auction had not yet begun, they had not come out. He did not expect that such a big shot would come early. It seemed that the temptation of the king's steel was not small. However, what shocked him was that after the white jade divine boat arrived, another terrifying aura descended. In the distance, a terrifying roar suddenly came, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was like the roar of a wild beast. Hearing that sound, all the martial artists in Windy City felt their blood boil, as if it was about to rush out of their bodies. Some of the weaker martial artists even turned pale and sat on the ground. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, countless rays of light flashed, and 9 huge flood dragons appeared in the sky, side by side. Behind them, a bronze chariot that was suffused with divine light was quickly approaching. The 9 flood dragons were huge, and they roared ferociously. They soared through the clouds, bringing with them a shocking power of wind and thunder as they rushed over. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even the experts from the blood field who had come earlier were shocked and terrified. There were only a few days until the auction, so all the big forces and experts of the blood realm had come to Windy City. Among these people, there were sixth heaven venerables. There were patriarchs of big families and sect masters of powerful religions. They thought that they were big shots above everyone else in the blood realm. However, at this moment, compared to the other party, they were insignificant. Chapter 1048. 9 Zhao Dragons Pulling the Chariot. This method was absolutely heaven-defying. One had to know that these were Zhao dragons. Although they weren't real dragons, they still had the blood of dragons. They could be said to be incomparably powerful, truly terrifying beasts. Even some of the strongest experts couldn't fight against them. However, such terrifying beasts were being used to pull a chariot, and there were 9 of them. Just thinking about this scene made one's heart tremble. 9 Zhao dragons pulling a gigantic bronze chariot, that kind of scene was extremely spectacular. To be able to use 9 Zhao dragons to pull a chariot, that person was definitely a peerless figure. Such a person, even if you searched the entire blood realm, you wouldn't be able to find more than a few. Only those powerful king clans would have such boldness. The 9 Zhao dragons roared ferociously, their gigantic bodies filling up the space. They also stopped above Wind-Seeking City and didn't land. Everyone looked at the sky above the city and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, they were extremely excited in their hearts. One had to know that normally, they wouldn't have the chance to see these big shots, not to mention such a spectacle. But today, in just one day, they actually saw 2 peerless figures. This was an earth-shattering event to them. Moreover, they believed that as the auction went on, there would definitely be more terrifying figures arriving. Lin Xian had already informed the Immortal Martial Academy about what happened here. The appearance of such a big shot wasn't something he could handle. He had to invite the elders or palace masters of the academy. The academy didn't delay and directly sent the elders to Wind-Seeking City. Sect Master Lin Xian was in charge of everything. Very quickly, time flowed. It was less than 3 days before the start of the Immortal Martial Auction. Wind-Seeking City was extremely lively, with all kinds of powerful cultivators walking around. The White Jade Divine Arc and the 9 Zhao Chariot stopped high in the sky, becoming a spectacle. On this day, the void fluctuated again. A gigantic figure covered the sky, thousands of miles long, majestically coming from afar. It was a gigantic divine bird with 3 heads. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Wherever it passed, there would be sounds of wind and thunder, causing the entire void to tremble. Accompanying it was a terrifying and vast aura, rolling over like the waves of the sea. Divine Bird Palace. Many martial artists below sucked in a breath of cold air, because in the Tianwu continent, only the Divine Bird Palace had such a powerful and terrifying 3-headed divine bird. Countless people's hearts trembled. They did not expect that another powerful force would descend upon Wind-Seeking City. The huge 3-headed divine bird circled in the air, riding on the clouds. Then, with a few flashes of light, countless powerful figures flew down quickly. In an instant, the cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace landed on the street. Their faces were arrogant, and they walked with majestic gait. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, which made the surrounding martial artists not dare to approach them. Soon, these people disappeared from the streets, leaving behind numerous martial artists who were trembling in fear. However, before these martial artists could come back to their senses, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. A shocking sword light flew over from the distance, splitting mountains and splitting rivers. It was incomparably terrifying, and it tore the clouds in half. Terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. A gigantic heavenly sword appeared in the sky. It was engraved with densely packed inscriptions and emitted a terrifying energy. White figures flew out from the huge sword, and they were like rays of sword light, rushing down instantly. This was a group of swordsmen. Every one of them was dressed in white robes, and they carried long swords on their backs. Their expressions were extremely sharp, like unsheathed swords. Deity sword manner. Seeing this group of people, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. This was definitely a terrifying force. Soon, the elders of the Celestial Martial Academy came and invited these people in. Next, various powerful forces arrived one after another. Lin Xian followed Hall Master Wan to receive them. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky, and countless rays of light gathered, as if a sun had descended upon wind-seeking city. That terrifying aura was unbearable to the crowd. So terrifying, what is that? Countless people looked at this scene, and their hearts trembled. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the golden sun spun rapidly, and finally formed a human figure. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. His body shone with a golden light, as if he was covered in golden feathers, emitting a metallic luster. Taoist Golden Crow. When Hall Master Wan saw that figure, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went up to him. Beside him, Lin Xian was also shocked because he had seen Taoist Golden Crow before. Previously, he had seen Taoist Golden Crow forging weapons on the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. He didn't expect that he would meet him again. When Taoist Golden Crow appeared, he didn't look at Hall Master Wan directly. Instead, he frowned and looked at the other side of the sky. Seeing this scene, the crowd was puzzled. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly, and his cold voice rang out. "Who are you? Acting so sneakily. I hate people like you the most." After saying that, he waved his hand, and countless rays of golden light gathered. It was as if a pair of golden wings had streaked across the sky. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the sky and flew to a corner of the sky. The crowd was shocked, and their eyes widened. They couldn't understand. Because there was no one there. Why would this old man do that? However, at the next moment, they understood. There was nothing in the sky at first, but suddenly, there were several screams. Then, terrifying blood spread out, dyeing the sky red. 5 black-clothed corpses fell from the sky. Each of them had countless golden feathers piercing through their bodies. Seeing the corpses, many people screamed in shock. The Life Chaser Organization. Lin Xian's face turned ghastly pale. Needless to say, those people were there to kill him. However, he didn't expect Taoist Golden Crow to attack first and kill them. As the 5 corpses fell to the ground, another figure quickly ran off into the distance like a ghostly wisp of smoke. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand like a giant beast claw and grabbed upward. Soon, the illusory figure was forced out of the sky. It was an old man with gray hair. His eyes were like the god of death, and they were filled with a terrifying murderous aura. Oh. How dare you touch me? I'm a member of the Life Chaser Organization. The old man roared ferociously. Who are you? It's none of my business. How dare you act sneakily in front of me? Only death awaits you. Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his giant palm, which was shining with a terrifying golden light, and grabbed toward the old man. He didn't care who the old man was and attacked directly. Humph! The old man in black also shouted angrily, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a flash flood, and it made people despair. 6th level Honorable Realm. Everyone screamed when they felt the aura. Lin Xian's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. He didn't expect the other party to send a peerless assassin like a 6th level Honorable Realm to kill him. Chapter 1049. This battle was extremely dangerous for Lin Xian. One had to know that even though he was powerful and was the leader of the younger generation, he was only at the fourth heaven of the venerable realm. Even if he went all out, he could at most fight against a fifth heaven of the venerable realm. But against a sixth heaven of the venerable realm, he had no power to fight back. It could be said that if the sixth heaven of the venerable realm attacked, he would definitely die. The surrounding people were also shocked. They naturally knew about the hatred between Lin Xian and the life-chasing organization, but they did not expect that the life-chasing organization would send a sixth heaven of the venerable realm to kill Lin Xian. This was definitely a death situation. Even Hall Master Wan's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Xian was a genius disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, but the life-chasing organization did not care about the Immortal Martial Academy and sent such a peerless assassin to kill Lin Xian. This made him extremely angry. Fortunately, Daoist Golden Crow had attacked, otherwise, he would have attacked too. In the void, the black-robed old man emitted the powerful aura of a sixth heaven of the venerable realm. He was like a god of war, looking disdainfully at the surroundings as he resisted the terrifying palm. However, Daoist Golden Crow snorted in disdain. Assassin. I hate assassins the most. Die. Die. In the sky, the golden palm flew out with a flickering golden light. It was like a golden sun as it quickly rushed towards the black-robed old man. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a real sun was held in Daoist Golden Crow's hand and blasted in all directions. Bang! The two collided. Without any suspense, the black-robed old man was forcefully refined by the golden sun and turned into a bloody mist under the horrified gazes of the crowd. In the end, all the blood in the sky evaporated, leaving nothing behind. It was as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd trembled violently and their scalps went numb. A strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. That was a sixth heaven of the venerable realm, an extremely powerful existence. However, he could not even withstand a single blow and was forcefully refined into a bloody mist. In the end, not even a trace of blood was left behind. This old man is too terrifying. Who exactly is he? Could it be that the sect leader of a sixth-rank sect has attacked? Everyone discussed spiritedly, not daring to believe what they were seeing. It was because this type of method was just too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. His heart was pounding wildly, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. This was a true peerless expert. To be able to kill a sixth-layer martial venerable assassin with a single move, Yi Chen didn't take the other party seriously at all. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely excited. He knew that this was his true goal. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the excitement in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a shocking light. Because he believed that one day, he would also reach such heights. Temple Master Wan's expression was grave. He moved and quickly took Daoist Golden Crow away. Knowing that the terrifying figure had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They found that the clothes on their backs were completely soaked, as if they had gone through a great battle. Who exactly was that old man? However, it was so terrifying that it could kill a sixth heaven venerable in one move. Daoist Golden Crow, he is Daoist Golden Crow. Someone said with a trembling voice. Are you saying that he is the peerless demon who has lived for more than 1,000 years, an expert from the Golden Crow clan? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that such a powerful old man wasn't a human, but a demon. Not only that, he was from the Golden Crow clan, which was extremely powerful among the demons. It was no wonder that he was so domineering and didn't take the life-chasing organization seriously at all. The Golden Crow clan was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that could compete with the Human King clans. Why would they take an assassin organization seriously? After knowing the other party's identity, everyone was shocked. Daoist Golden Crow attacked the life-chasing organization. Could it be that he was protecting Lin Xian? Everyone guessed. If that was the case, the news was too terrifying. No, it doesn't look like it. I guess he doesn't like people hiding around him, a martial artist said. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Just because he hated the other party's actions, he banned all the assassins from the life-chasing organization in one move. This was too domineering and arrogant. However, no one dared to say anything because he had the right to be domineering and arrogant. In the crowd, the people from the Vientiane auction were also mixed in. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They didn't expect the life-chasing organization to send a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin to kill Lin Xian. However, what was even more unexpected was that these assassins were mercilessly killed before they could even make a move. The reason was that the other party didn't like people hiding around him. Needless to say, these assassins were really unlucky. Damn it. That brat's luck is so good. He actually dodged that sure-kill attack. The people from the Vientiane auction looked ferocious. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Originally, Lin Xian would definitely die if a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin attacked. But now, all their plans were in vain. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. There are too many big shots around him. If we attack now, it's tantamount to courting death. The people from the Vientiane auction retreated. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. The group of people quickly escaped through the crowd. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The people from the Liu clan were also shocked. They also saw this scene and their eyelids twitched. Elder, what should we do? Do we still follow the original plan? A middle-aged man asked. The leader was a grand elder from the Liu family. His eyelids twitched when he heard this. Cancel the plan. Don't attack. There are too many big shots. If we anger any of them, we won't be able to fight against them. Let's wait until the auction is over. The Grand Elder of the Liu family immediately cancelled the plan to assassinate Lin Xian. He was really scared. Even a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin was killed in one move. He didn't dare to take the risk now. If Lin Xian still had such a person around him, he would be dead for sure. For a moment, those who wanted to kill Lin Xian all hid themselves. They didn't dare to show their faces. However, none of this could escape Lin Xian's eyes. Brother Xian, I found out that the people from the Vientiane auction and the Liu family have come to Wind-Seeking City. Moreover, according to various signs, the life-chasing organization was invited by the Vientiane auction. Yu Fei quickly said from the side. He'd entered the Venerable Realm a long time ago. Moreover, he'd relied on his outstanding intelligence-gathering skills and the enormous resources in Lin Xian's possession to establish an intelligence network that was beginning to take shape. He didn't dare to say anything about other places, but in Wind-Seeking City, no movement could escape his eyes. Therefore, the Vientiane auction and the Liu family's movements were all under his control. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. Be careful, don't make a move on the Liu family. As for the Vientiane auction, let Dongfang take care of it with a group of people. Chapter 1050. The other party had sent assassins to assassinate him time and time again. This time, it was even more dangerous. They had actually sent out a 6th-level venerable. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he would have been assassinated already. He wouldn't be lenient towards such an enemy. As for the Liu family, since they dared to make a move on him, he wouldn't let them off either. However, now wasn't the time. Yu Fei received the order and quickly left, preparing to send people to monitor the two parties. Dongfang Xiong even brought an elite team from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to work together with Yu Fei. After giving the orders, Lin Xian didn't pay any more attention to them. His attention was completely focused on the auction. Originally, he was still worried that the Liu family and the life-chasing organization would cause trouble. However, it seemed like this worry was completely gone. Because the lineup for this auction was too strong. Peerless experts from all the major powers had come. There was no need for Lin Xian to say anything. There was definitely no one who would dare to cause trouble here. Whoever made a move here would become the enemy of all the major powers. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the immortal martial auction finally began. Above Wind-Seeking City, on the huge white jade divine land and the 9-dragon chariot, 2 important figures entered the immortal martial auction under the invitation of the Immortal Martial Academy's elders. The huge palace emitted a faint purple light, emitting a dreamy color. The peerless experts from the major powers were led into the auction by the Wand Palace's main clan. As for the younger generation, Lin Xian was in charge. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't receiving ordinary people. He was receiving the younger generation of the major powers. During this process, he met the Shen family's disciple again. This time, other than Shen Yulong and the 6th-level pill inscription master, there was another young man. The young man was handsome. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Every move he made had an extraordinary temperament. Lin Xian discovered that even the 6 pill inscription masters were standing behind this person. Seeing this, Lin Xian was very surprised. However, he didn't care. No matter who the other party was, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in this auction. When Shen Yulong and the 6th grade alchemy inscription master saw Lin Xian, their faces instantly darkened. Yo, I didn't expect to meet the 2 geniuses of the Shen family again. Lin Xian looked at the Shen Yulong duo and said indifferently. Hearing the word genius, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man's faces turned even darker. When others called them geniuses, they would feel proud and complacent. However, when Lin Xian called them geniuses, they felt like they were being mocked and despised. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Whether it was strength or talent, he was stronger than them. Shen Yulong snorted coldly, his expression extremely gloomy. That 6th grade alchemist's countenance turned even darker as he coldly spoke, "Don't be so complacent. Aren't you just relying on the backing of the Immortal Martial Academy to host an auction? What's there to be arrogant about?" Although he was shouting coldly, there was a strong sense of jealousy in his words. Holding an auction isn't a big deal, but you probably won't have the chance to do so in your lifetime. Lin Xian shrugged. Moreover, you seem to be inferior to me in alchemy, right? You. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled with anger. However, he soon started laughing coldly. Who knows if that 7th grade pill was concocted by you? Maybe it was concocted by an elder of the Immortal Martial Academy, and you're just an imposter. Don't think that your alchemy skills are unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, there are plenty of people who can trample you to death. There are indeed plenty of people, but you aren't one of them. Lin Xian shrugged, with an indifferent expression on his face. Hearing this, the gloomy young man had the urge to vomit blood. At this moment, the handsome young man beside him who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. You are that Lin Xian. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and an air of arrogance could be seen between his brows. That's right, it's him. Before Lin Xian could speak, the 6th grade alchemist beside him gritted his teeth and spoke. Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded. After which, his eyes narrowed as an indescribable energy gushed out from his body, gushing towards Lin Xian. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and his expression sank. This was because he could feel that this was the power of soul force, and it was an extremely powerful soul force. This soul force far surpassed that of the gloomy young man beside him. To be able to reach this level of soul force, he definitely wasn't simple. At this moment, the handsome young man slowly spoke. His soul force was very strong, but it didn't seem to have reached the standard of a 7th-grade alchemist. This strength was only at the peak of a 6th-grade alchemist, but compared to me, the difference was too great. The handsome young man shook his head. Hearing this, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man's expressions changed, and soon after, a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Like I said, how could he be a 7th-grade alchemist? Now it seems like he really isn't. That's right. Refining a 7th-grade pill. That's just a bunch of nonsense. In my opinion, that pill wasn't refined by him at all. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile on their faces. At this moment, the handsome young man spoke again. Brat, you can't be too arrogant, especially when it comes to alchemy. You should tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. You should know that there are many people who are more outstanding than you. At least compared to me, you're nothing. The handsome young man's face was full of arrogance, and his eyebrows were filled with conceit. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. The gloomy young man also sneered. Of course, with Brother Tianyu making a move, he definitely won't be a match for you. Brat, in front of Brother Tianyu, you're nothing. However, the handsome young man shook his head. Unless it's a 7th-grade alchemist, no one is worthy of me making a move. After saying this, he directly walked into the auction house, and didn't look at Lin Xian again. Seeing the handsome young man walk in, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man sneered and quickly followed. Looking at the three figures, Wang Li was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Who do they think they are? They actually dare to be arrogant in front of Brother Xian. Yeah, Brother Xian, why don't you teach them a lesson? Look at that brat's arrogant attitude. Those who don't know would think that he's a pill king. Another Dragon Sword Pavilion disciple also had a face full of anger. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party was too arrogant. However, he didn't act blindly without thinking, because from the soul force test just now, he knew that the other party's soul force was very powerful, and had already reached the level of a 7th-grade alchemist. This was definitely a powerful opponent. Don't underestimate him. He should be a 7th-grade alchemist. Lin Xian slowly said. A 7th-grade alchemist. Him. Wang Li and the others were shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the handsome young man was actually a 7th-grade alchemist. This couldn't help but be shocked. It had to be known that 7th-grade alchemists were extremely rare and precious, and every one of them was a VIP that various powers fought over. Ordinary 7th-grade alchemists were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years, and there were very few young people like him. Chapter 1051. Brother Xian, are we just going to let him continue to be arrogant? Wang Li and the others were unconvinced. Don't worry, if he comes looking for trouble, I'll let him know that a 7th-grade alchemist is nothing. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a sneer. Seeing this smile, Wang Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Looking at the situation, Lin Xian didn't seem to be afraid of the 7th-grade alchemist. Let's go, the reception is almost done. I think the auction should be starting soon. Lin Xian looked at the time and said in a deep voice. Then, they also walked into the auction. After entering the auction, Lin Xian directly went to the 3rd floor. There was a VIP room there that was specially built for him. Because from there, he could clearly see every scene in the auction, taking in everything in a panoramic view. After entering the VIP room, Lin Xian looked down through the huge crystal glass. The entire main hall was filled with a sea of people. The black mass of heads was everywhere. The 100,000 seats were all filled. In addition, every VIP room was filled with important figures. Damn, that Taoist golden crow really came. Wang Li looked down and said with a face full of fear. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw the old Taoist golden crow sitting in the middle. The warriors around him were also experts, but at this moment, in front of the old Taoist golden crow, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This old Taoist golden crow is definitely here for the throne stone tablet. Wang Li and the others' mouths twitched. Although there were many rare treasures in this auction, there was no doubt that the King's Stone Tablet was the final treasure. Lin Xian looked down and was also surprised. That old man can't be an elder of the Shen family, right? His eyelids twitched in shock because that old man was too terrifying. There were 108 rings of light behind him that were very bright, like a Buddha. Lin Xian had seen this kind of cultivation technique on Shen Yao Tian, but compared to this old man, it was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. This terrifying old man was surrounded by a group of people and entered the VIP room. Damn, look at that person, he actually has 3 heads. Wang Li pointed at a figure below who was walking with a majestic gait. They are from the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian's gaze was slightly gloomy. He had some conflicts with this sect before. Back then, he had killed many disciples of Divine Bird Palace. He thought that this sect was nothing, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. There was definitely a reason why the other party could become a powerful rank 6 sect. Just the strength of the few people below was too terrifying. Although it was said to have 3 heads, it was actually 1 human head and 2 divine bird phantoms. However, the illusory image was too solid, as if it was real. These 3 heads contained the power of wind, fire, and lightning respectively. Lin Xian could even feel the power of his martial soul from the 3 heads. Could it be the triplet martial soul? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he thought of this possibility. If his guess was correct, then the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace were absolutely powerful. A group of people from the Divine Bird Palace also walked into a VIP room in a grandiose manner. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze also moved away from the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace and looked in another direction because he felt a sharp sword qi. That aura was too powerful, as if a peerless divine sword had appeared in the world. Who is that middle-aged man? So terrifying. Wang Li said with a frightened face. Just looking at the other party caused his eyes to hurt and his body to feel like it was being split open. He should be from the deity Sword Villa. Lin Xian said. In the Tianmu continent, he could not think of a second sect other than the deity Sword Villa that had such a powerful sword qi. Looking at the figure, Lin Xian was moved. He felt that the great dragon sword soul in his body was unusually loud. Taking a deep breath, he operated his mysterious art and suppressed the great dragon sword soul. The other party was too terrifying. He did not deliberately mobilize his aura, but just the overflowing aftermath could cause the great dragon sword soul in his body to fluctuate. This was absolutely shocking. One by one, the big shots walked into the auction house and then entered the VIP rooms. Soon, Lin Xian saw that Murong Qingqing had also arrived, along with ancestor Qi Yu. However, these people were accompanying an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man bowed with his hands behind his back, as if he was an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him. However, ancestor Qi Yu followed behind him very respectfully. This was enough to show that the old man was extraordinary. When all the experts entered the VIP rooms, the entire auction house was extremely lively. Dong! A low and deep voice rang out, echoing throughout the auction hall. Suddenly, the entire auction house quieted down. Countless people looked forward in anticipation because they knew that the auction was about to begin. At the front, there was an auction stage made of 1,000-year-old purple spirit wood. On it, 2 real dragons were carved, circling each other, fighting for a dragon pearl. The entire auction stage was emitting a light purple light. It was abnormally gentle and emitted a mysterious power. An old man with a sage-like demeanor walked up to the auction stage, smiling as he looked around. Lin Xian had seen this old man before. He was an elder of the 10,000 Treasure Hall and was invited to host this auction. 12 beautiful girls were divided into 2 rows. Each of them held a wooden box made of purple spirit wood in their hands and covered it with a red cloth. Obviously, these 12 wooden boxes contained the items that were going to be auctioned. The items that were going to be auctioned at the beginning wouldn't be too valuable, which was why the big shots didn't take a fancy to them. However, these items weren't ordinary either. One could tell from the reactions of the ordinary cultivators. The old man with a sage-like demeanor was obviously an expert at auctioning. With just a few words, he stirred up the atmosphere of the auction house. Soon, 3 items were successfully auctioned off, and the atmosphere of the auction house was completely livened up. The auctioneer looked at the bustling hall and smiled. Then, he said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a type of pill. It was concocted by an outstanding disciple of our academy." Hearing that it was a pill concocted by a disciple of the immortal martial academy, the big shots instantly lost interest. In their opinion, what kind of pill could a little disciple concoct? But in the next moment, they were in an uproar because the auctioneer continued. This pill was called the Purple Spirit Pill and was a 7th grade pill. Its effect was very special. It could allow the cultivator to enter an ethereal state. In this state, the cultivator could repair and perfect their martial soul. What? A 7th grade pill. Repair the martial soul. Hearing this, all the cultivators in the hall were completely shocked. Then, all sorts of discussions broke out. It can't be. Isn't this a pill concocted by a disciple? How could it be a 7th grade pill? Did I hear wrongly? Yeah, this is too unbelievable. Why do I feel that this isn't real? It can even cultivate the martial soul. Is there really such a miraculous pill? Chapter 1052. At this moment, the auctioneer said indifferently, "Everyone, the Immortal Martial Academy has a reputation. Do you still need to doubt it?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts were completely at ease. That's right, this was the Immortal Martial Academy, one of the top forces in the Tianwu continent. How could they lie? After confirming the authenticity of the information, these people became excited once again. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had never heard of a pill that could improve one's martial soul. However, just by hearing the effects, they knew that this thing was extremely rare. Not only those martial artists, but even some 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerables were also excited. They quickly bid, wanting to get this pill. 40 million, 50 million. Don't fight, I'll bid 80 million. Fuck, you want to buy this pill with 80 million? Dream on, I'll bid 100 million. Everyone started to compete and raise the price. Moreover, those who bid were all experts of the older generation. Those of the younger generation looked at each other with bitter smiles. They realized that they couldn't get involved at all. Looking at this fiery scene, Lin Xian revealed a smile. He knew that the purple spirit pill's effects were great, but he didn't expect it to be so popular. Those experts of the older generation were all madly bidding as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Li was also extremely excited when he saw this scene. I originally thought that only the younger generation was interested, but I didn't expect the older generation to bid so crazily. This was normal. In fact, these people of the older generation were the ones who really needed the purple spirit pill. Because their cultivation had reached a certain height and reached a bottleneck, it was extremely difficult for them to improve further. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. Some of them had even lived for hundreds of years. It was obvious that their talent had reached its limit. Unless they had a fortuitous encounter or a heavenly treasure, they would be able to improve further. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they give it up? In the end, the pill was sold for 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian had refined a total of 3 purple spirit pills and bought them separately. Therefore, the price of the remaining 2 pills didn't decrease but increased by a lot. The second pill was sold for 350 million mid-grade spirit stones. The third pill was even more shocking, reaching 400 million. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. In just a short while, more than 1 billion had already entered his account. This kind of money-making speed could be said to be godly. Lin Xian was in a good mood. At this time, on the auction stage, the auctioneer laughed again. The next item to be auctioned had an extraordinary origin. It was an ancient artifact. An ancient artifact. Hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. Even the big shots in the VIP rooms were surprised. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the auctioneer smiled. Then, he clapped his hands, and 6 girls walked out from behind. These 6 girls were not weak, but at this moment, they looked very strained. With every step he took, the ground shook slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. They all stretched their necks and looked forward. It was a pagoda with a total of 6 levels. It was completely black, but looking at it now, it was indeed dim. There were even some damages on the surface. Incomplete. Many people looked disappointed when they saw the damaged pagoda. The VIPs in the VIP rooms, in particular, immediately lost interest. Some people were even dissatisfied. How could a broken item be put up for auction? That's right, what's the use of this thing? Everyone was dissatisfied. However, the auctioneer was not displeased at all. Instead, he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. This is an ancient artifact. Even if it's an ancient artifact, it's still broken. I'm afraid its effect is not as good as a mid-grade spirit-grade artifact." Many people still shook their heads. However, some of the older generation people looked suspicious because the auctioneer had mentioned an ancient artifact twice in a row. Could it be that there was something special about this pagoda? Could you explain in detail? One of the older generation people asked. Hearing this, the auctioneer smiled slightly and continued. This pagoda was found in an ancient ruin. The ancient ruin was very old, at least 10,000 years old. 10,000 years. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was not a short period of time. In fact, it could be said to be very long. One had to know that a king could live for at most 3,000 years. One could imagine how long 10,000 years was. Therefore, hearing this, everyone fell silent and listened carefully. The auctioneer continued. We've confirmed that this pagoda was refined by an expert who was half a step into the king realm. The pagoda contains extremely profound inscriptions, and these inscriptions are all ancient inscriptions. Everyone was shocked when they heard the auctioneer's words. Half a step into the king realm. Such a figure was extraordinary. After all, king realm experts were the overlords of the heavens and the earth. There were only a few king realm experts in the entire Martial Sky continent. Moreover, no new king realm experts had appeared in the last few thousand years. So, it was obvious how difficult it was to become a king realm expert. Half a step into the king realm was sufficient to prove one's terrifying natural talent. So long as nothing unexpected happened, one would become a true king realm expert in the end. This kind of person was absolutely shocking and brilliant. So, the treasured artifact refined by that person was definitely a shocking treasure. At this moment, it wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were shocked, even the great figures in the VIP rooms couldn't remain calm. Even though they were great figures, they were still very far away from the king realm. It was even to the extent that they didn't know if they would be able to touch that boundary in their lifetime. Now, if they were able to obtain a half-step king realm treasure, they would even have the chance to comprehend the inscriptions of the laws within it. Since they had the chance to approach the king realm, just thinking about such a thing made them excited. Because becoming a king realm expert was every cultivator's wish. So, those great figures couldn't sit still and made their moves. 300 million. The Shin clan bid. 500 million. The deity sword villa bid quickly. 700 million. These were the experts of the deity bird palace. When they heard this price, the expressions of most cultivators changed. It couldn't be helped. This price was too terrifying. It was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Not many people could accept such a price. Those cultivators smiled bitterly because they didn't even have the chance to bid. Lin Xian was also shocked. He hadn't expected such a precious item to appear so quickly. Moreover, these prices were really too high. Looking at the price, it wasn't lower than a half-Earth ranked treasure at all. It was even higher. The great figures of the king clans bid a few times and didn't say anything else. Because there were true kings in their clans, they weren't too excited about a half-step king realm treasure. However, it was different for the others. After all, there were only a few king clans, and the others didn't have the chance to comprehend a king realm treasure. Especially those rank 6 sects, all of them were envious. Their forces were powerful, and they were only inferior to the king clans. If they could obtain this treasure, perhaps a true king realm expert would appear in their sect. Chapter 1053. The eyes of those rank 6 sects were all red. They were powerful and were only second to the king clans. If they could get their hands on this item, a true king clans might appear in their sect. At that time, they would no longer be rank 6 sects but king clans. Because this broken pagoda might be related to whether they had the chance to become king clans. Therefore, this was a great opportunity for them. No one could resist this temptation. Therefore, at this moment, the eyes of the rank 6 sects were all red and they went crazy. In the end, the broken pagoda was bought by the deity Sword Manor at a price of 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. This price was even more expensive than when Lin Xian bought the Lone Star Sword. This was just a broken pagoda. One could imagine how much it would cost if it was a complete pagoda. This was a king clans. Anything that was related to a king clans was a treasure that defied the heavens. In the VIP room, Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. He did not expect the academy to auction such a precious item. This was really a big deal. Perhaps only a top force like the Immortal Martial Academy could have such a background. On the purple spiritual wood stage, the auctioneer nodded his head in satisfaction. Finally, he said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is also very precious. It can be said to be extinct." Extinct? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and showed an interested expression one after another. Because of the previous experience of the pagoda, everyone was very confident in this auction. Since the auctioneer said that it was extinct, it might really be extinct. What exactly was it? Why was it so mysterious? Extinct? Could it be some kind of spiritual medicine? Someone was puzzled. As expected, when this was said, many people nodded their heads in disgust. Of course, some people said that it was some kind of cultivation technique. In any case, the entire auction house was once again in an intense discussion. Lin Xian was also surprised. He frowned and was also thinking about what this extinct item was. The auctioneer took a deep breath and took out a wooden box and gently rubbed it. Then, he slowly opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a strong fragrance gushed out and filled the entire hall. What is this smell? It smells so good. Even the bigwigs in the VIP rooms sat up straight when they smelled the fragrance. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. Inside the wooden box, there was a stalk of spirit medicine. It was only the size of a palm and had a strange shape. Its entire body was emitting a stream of light. This is... Seeing the elixir, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was too shocked. Because he had seen this thing before, and he had just seen it. It was in that mysterious underground world that he had seen this plant. Back then, the dark red divine dragon had wanted to pluck it, but it had caused a lot of trouble. But he didn't expect to see it again at this auction. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the underground world was extremely terrifying. Everywhere was filled with shocking murderous intent. There were even terrifying thousand-year-old zombies. It could be said to be a forbidden area. Moreover, that place had been buried underground for thousands of years. No one knew about it at all. But what he didn't expect was that the Immortal Martial Academy actually knew of that place, and even obtained the spiritual medicine from there. Lin Xian was amazed. Indeed, this was a stock of extinct spiritual medicine. To tell the truth, we haven't researched what kind of spiritual medicine this is because there are no records of it. But it contains such a shocking amount of energy. It's definitely rare. The auctioneer elder said. A spiritual medicine that had never been seen before. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Because even without the auctioneer elder's explanation, they could feel the dense energy aura coming from it. But very quickly, there were people who voiced their doubts. Why would such a precious spiritual medicine be auctioned? Yeah, even those bigwigs were puzzled. This was different from the broken treasure pagoda. That treasure pagoda might have already been studied by the Immortal Martial Academy, and it was useless to keep it. But spiritual medicine was different. It would only be effective after consuming it. And if one's luck was heaven-defying, they could even wait for the seed to be planted again, allowing this extinct item to reappear in the world. But very quickly, they understood. Because the auctioneer elder sighed and said in a low voice, to be honest, although this spiritual medicine is unique, it also has a flaw. Please take a look. After speaking, the auctioneer elder waved his hand. A ball of gentle light lifted the entire spiritual medicine and floated it up into the air. Instantly, the crowd saw the entire situation clearly. The top of the spiritual medicine was intact, but there was no root at the bottom. Seeing this scene, many bigwigs shook their heads and sighed. This situation made them very disappointed because they originally wanted to buy it and bring it back to their family to plant. Maybe they could grow another spiritual medicine. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Because without the root, this spiritual medicine couldn't even survive, let alone reproduce. Moreover, the root contained a large amount of essence, but now it was missing. But this made them even more shocked because a spiritual medicine without the root actually still had such powerful energy. This was really too inconceivable. And at this time, the auctioneer elder put away the spiritual medicine again and said in a low voice, the starting price is 1 billion spiritual stones. 1 billion. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too heaven-defying, comparable to a half-earth step treasure. And this was only the starting price. Who knew how high the final price would be? After the auctioneer elder finished speaking, someone started to bid. 1,100,000,000. The one who bid was the Divine Bird Palace. The middle-aged expert's voice was cold. 1,500,000,000. A loud voice sounded with scorching energy. Everyone's hearts palpitated as they looked at the center because the one who bid this time was Taoist Master Golden Crow. The middle-aged expert from the Divine Bird Palace also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he looked at the center. Taoist Master Golden Crow snorted coldly, not afraid at all. Everyone was shocked. These two were both experts of the demonic clan. There was no need to mention Taoist Master Golden Crow. Just a few days ago, everyone had witnessed his strength with their own eyes. He was a powerful existence that killed a 6th-level venerable with a single move. The Divine Bird Palace was also incomparably powerful. One had to know that the other party was a 6th-rank sect, an existence second only to the king families. What was even more coincidental was that both of them were of the Demon Clan, and they were of the Demon Bird Clan. At this moment, the two of them were competing, which was quite shocking. However, this scene didn't last long before it was broken because the bigwigs in the VIP rooms had all made their moves. It couldn't be helped. Many of these bigwigs were elders with white hair, and they were very old. Some of them were even close to the limit of their lives. It could be said that they didn't have much time left. And now, this spiritual medicine contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these bigwigs were no exception. Chapter 1054. Among them, some were already nearing the limit of their lives. It could be said that they did not have much time left. And now, this peerless spirit medicine contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these big shots were no exception. Therefore, in the face of such temptation, these people could not remain calm. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was equally astounded. Even though it was a damaged elixir, the amount of energy it contained was way too horrifying. It was definitely enough to make these big shots go crazy. He was excited because he also picked a spirit fruit in the mysterious underground forbidden area. Moreover, it was a complete spirit fruit that he had already refined into spirit wine. He wondered how crazy these big shots would go if he took out the spirit wine. Of course, he would not take it out. He had to slowly taste this kind of good thing. Moreover, she did not lack spirit stones. Now that she had it in the auction, it could be said that it was extremely easy to earn spirit stones. This was the world. Spirit stones were easy to earn, but rare treasures were extremely hard to come by. In the end, even the big shots from the king families could not sit still. The Shin family's elder made a strong move and participated in the auction. The elder from the Murong family was even more terrifying. He increased the price by 500 million in one go. This speed of increase made everyone's scalp tingle. They did not dare to bid anymore. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect these big shots to be so obsessed with this peerless spirit medicine. You still don't understand now. In the future, you will know what a stock of peerless spirit medicine means to these old guys. The dark red dragon said, humans are like this. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death. And now, there was something that could prolong their lives. This was enough to make these people go crazy. Lin Xian indeed did not understand because he was still young, not even 20 years old. Moreover, he was exceptionally talented, so he did not have to worry about his lifespan. However, these big shots were different. Many of them had lived for too long. Now that their lifespans were about to end, they were more afraid of death than anyone else. 5 billion. A shocking voice resounded in the hall, stunning everyone. Countless martial artists' eyelids twitched wildly. Their minds went blank. They could not even believe their ears. 5 billion. This price was too terrifying. One had to know that it was not a complete peerless spirit medicine. The ordinary martial artists felt their scalps go numb, and the big shots in the VIP rooms also had gloomy expressions. The price had already exceeded their expectations. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He turned around and saw that the figure was coming from the VIP room where Murong Qingqing was. Needless to say, the one who bid must be the old man from the Murong family. At this moment, in the VIP room, the old man's face was calm, and there was not a trace of emotion. It was as if 5 billion spirit stones were not worth mentioning before him. This price made everyone's expression change, and no one bid again. In the end, the peerless spiritual medicine was obtained by an old man from the Murong family. Afterwards, the auction continued, and it became more and more lively because all kinds of rare treasures emerged one after another. Furthermore, as time passed, everyone became more and more excited. That was because they knew that it was about time for the final supreme treasure to appear. Sure enough, the auctioneer's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the finale of this auction. I am certain that the value of this treasure far surpasses any of the previous items." Hearing this, everyone became excited, and even the big shots could not remain calm. That was because this time, they came for the finale treasure. In the VIP room, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He knew what the finale treasure was, but he had never seen it before. This time, he could take the opportunity to see this legendary treasure. However, this made him even more shocked. As expected of an immortal martial technique, even such a heaven-defying item was willing to be auctioned. Everyone's gaze shifted to the front, to the auctioneer's elder. They saw the auctioneer take out the final item. It was a stone tablet, and it was half the height of a person. It was abnormally simple, and there were traces of time engraved on it. It was an item from ancient times. This was nothing. After all, they had all seen antiques before. However, what shocked them was that they felt an indescribable aura from the stone tablet. It was very profound, and no one could describe it clearly. They could only faintly sense it, but when they wanted to sense it more clearly, they discovered that they could not grasp it at all. This feeling was too profound, and it made them feel as if they were dreaming. Lin Xian was the same. However, his spirit power was more outstanding, and he could sense it more clearly than the others. However, even with that, he was still unable to sense what the stone tablet was trying to convey. Even the big shots had sunk into contemplation, and it was as if they had entered a meditative state. For a moment, the entire auction hall was terrifyingly silent. In the auction hall, the only person who was not affected was the dark red divine dragon. That was because he was very powerful to begin with, and had reached the king realm. However, due to some special reason, his cultivation had dropped. However, only his strength had dropped, and his comprehension had not dropped. Thus, he was able to clearly sense the aura emitted by the king tablet. "What is written on it?" Lin Xian asked. "It can only be sensed, and not explained." The dark red divine dragon shook his head, and looked like a charlatan. This caused Lin Xian to gnash his teeth with hatred. However, he could do nothing about it. He knew that it might be true because the aura was too profound. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to comprehend it. If he forcefully comprehended it, it might be dangerous. So, he quickly calmed down. Because he knew that with his natural talent, he would be able to enter the king realm sooner or later. What he had to do was to make that time come quickly. At the front, the auctioneer softly coughed and broke the silence. The ordinary cultivators were jolted awake, and they had lingering fear on their faces. Earlier, they seemed to have fallen into a strange dream, and if it wasn't for that light cough, they might have lost themselves forever. On the other hand, the big shots sighed because such a good opportunity to comprehend the aura had been interrupted. However, their eyes were filled with excitement, and they flickered with light. Because they were sure that it was real now. It really was the king tablet, and only such a thing could emit such an aura. When they thought up to here, their eyes burned with desire, and even their breathing became hurried. They had to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. The members of the 6th rank sects were extremely excited because the king tablet was even more precious than the damaged pagoda from before. Moreover, it was countless times more precious. After all, the pagoda from before was only refined by a quasi-king, and it wasn't a true king tablet. Chapter 1055. Facing the real king's tablet, no one could remain calm. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, all of them competing to bid. The starting price of the king's tablet was 3 billion, but Lin Xian knew that the final price would definitely be more than that, because the price had already risen to 5 billion. Now, those who were still bidding were the king's families and some 6th rank sections. 5 billion. The Shen family's elder bid. As a king's family, he was determined to get the king's tablet, so his bid was also very fierce. 7 billion. The Murong family's elder bid, his voice still calm. These were two giants, both kings' families, competing with each other at this moment. 8 billion. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to compete at this time. Didn't they see that the 6th rank families had already given up? There was no other way, in front of kings' families, everyone had to lower their heads. However, now, there was actually someone who dared to compete. In an instant, everyone's gaze was on the VIP room, wanting to see who was the one behind it. Even Lin Xian was very curious, squinting his eyes. Who is in that VIP room? Lin Xian asked. It's the Blood Realm Martial Honorables people. According to our investigation, the faction behind this person is the Palace of Ares. Palace of Ares. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, no wonder they dared to compete with the Shen family and Murong family, it was the Palace of Ares behind them. One had to know that the Palace of Ares was also a king's faction, not inferior to the other two at all. At this moment, the martial artists outside also heard the news, and they immediately exclaimed. Palace of Ares, they've made a move, they've really made a move. I didn't see anyone from the Palace of Ares before, I thought they wouldn't come, but I didn't expect them to appear at the last moment. I heard that the Palace of Ares isn't very peaceful now, it seems like it's going to split, I wonder which faction this person belongs to. Those who appeared in the Blood Realm must be from the Honorable Martial Honorables faction. Everyone was very excited as they discussed. In the crowd, the Liu family's people were also very excited, because the person who bid was from the same faction as them. They were young Master Ling Feng's men, and that person was Wu Zun's man, and young Master Ling Feng was Wu Zun's son. Therefore, they were in cahoots with the person who had bid. If their people could obtain the king's steel, then their strength would increase by a large margin. However, at that moment, another aged voice sounded. 5.9 billion. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Raising the price by 200 million all of a sudden was too extravagant, wasn't it? Which side was this deity from? The entire hall was in an uproar. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Originally, everyone thought that only the Murong clan and Shenjia, the two king clans, were competing. Unexpectedly, the Palace of Gods of War also joined the competition. But now, a new force had joined. At this moment, the situation in the entire auction house was extremely strange. It seemed that until the final moment, no one knew who would obtain the king's steel. The faces of the great 6 sects turned gloomy. Although they could afford the price of 5.9 billion, they knew that the final price would definitely not be that high. Although they were powerful, they could not compete with the king clans in terms of wealth. Therefore, those grade 6 sects gave up on bidding. In the VIP room, the big shots of the Muron clan and Shin family frowned. This series of unexpected events made them feel that things were out of their control. However, the other middle-aged man was even more furious. He was the representative of the Palace of Gods of War who had bid before. This time, he was under the orders of the Marshal Honorable. He had to bring the king tablet back, and he had to do it at all costs. Now, another person had appeared to compete with him. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that he was extremely familiar with this voice. This was because the other party was also from the Palace of Gods of War, but it was his enemy force. The Palace of Gods of War had fallen into a very bad state. The Vice Palace Master took advantage of the Palace Master's seclusion to start a war, wanting to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War was now divided into two factions. One faction was led by the Vice Palace Master, which was the faction that Wu Zun and young Master Ling Feng were in. The other faction was the faction that supported the Palace Master of Gods of War. Now, these two factions were locked in a fierce battle. Moreover, both sides had their eyes on the king's steel at the same time. This steel was extremely important to them because both factions had heaven-defying venerables, and they would soon be able to touch the edge of the king realm. Now, if they could obtain the king's steel and comprehend the laws on it, they might be able to take the opportunity to break through to the king realm. At that time, whoever could become the king realm would completely suppress the other party and become the new overlord. It could be said that this king's steel was extremely important to them. In the VIP room opposite the middle-aged man, there was an old man in green. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Beside him, there was a beautiful woman in a green dress. If Lin Xian saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. He had seen these two people before. Previously in the Sand region, these two people had even saved him. At this moment, the green-clothed woman had a worried expression. That guy is too arrogant. We should really teach him a lesson. Don't worry. No matter how much he bids, this steel will be ours in the end. The green-clothed old man said in a low voice. Don't forget that the Immortal Martial Academy is our ally. Something like the king's steel is extremely important, so they can only pass it to us through an auction. So, don't worry. Hearing the green-clothed old man's words, the beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief. 1 billion. At this moment, the middle-aged venerables from the Palace of Gods of War spoke again. 2 billion. 4 billion. The Shin clan and Muron clan weren't willing to be outdone. At this moment, the green-clothed old man also spoke in a low voice. 7 billion. 7 billion. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. All of them opened their eyes wide and didn't dare to believe it. Who exactly is this? He's actually so rich and overbearing to raise the price by another 500 million in an instant. One had to know that up until now, everyone's wealth was about the same. Now that he was able to take out another 500 million in an instant, it was enough to show that he was wealthy and didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Why do I feel that he's even richer than the king clans? Oh my god, when did such a terrifying person appear in the Sky Martial continent? Countless people were shocked and discussed animatedly. Lin Xian was also greatly astonished. Not for other reasons, but because this price was already shocking enough. It was enough to buy a few half-Earth rank artifacts. On the ranking platform, the auctioneer's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. He asked in a low voice, 7 billion, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even the big shots from the king clans were silent. This price had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, their clans also had things left behind by the king clans. Therefore, they didn't have an urgent need for this king's steel. Therefore, for a moment, they didn't raise the price. Chapter 1056. This really shocked him. Moreover, from the looks of it, 7 billion did not seem to be the other party's limit. If he continued to bid, there would be an uncontrollable situation at that time. So what if I let you have it? The middle-aged man sneered. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the time comes, I'll personally take the king's tablet away. He had already decided not to bid anymore. Instead, he would wait for the auction to make a move and snatch the king's tablet. Anyway, both parties were already sworn enemies. They would not hesitate to kill and rob. Sure enough, 7 billion. This kind of heaven-defying price made everyone silent. No one bid anymore. In the end, the king's tablet was obtained by the green-robed old man. Hearing the final confirmation, the green-robed old man also heaved a sigh of relief. But fortunately, this thing was finally in his hands. Could it be that they gave up just like that? That shouldn't be. This doesn't seem to be their style. The beautiful girl also had a puzzled expression. This is indeed not their style. I'm guessing that they must be planning to snatch it halfway and take away the king's tablet without spending a single cent, the green-robed old man sneered. He could not be more familiar with the other party's methods. However, how could we not be prepared to deal with people like them? After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was all within his calculations. As the last king's tablet was auctioned off, the entire auction also came to an end. Some important figures stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the auctioneer elder said again, "Everyone, it's like this. That place is about to open again." Hearing this, the ordinary cultivators all revealed puzzled expressions because they did not understand at all. However, the elders of the major forces were stunned. Then, their pupils constricted and their faces revealed shocked expressions. They stopped and looked back. Is this true? The Shen family's elder asked. This is the news brought by the dean, the auctioneer elder said. However, the big shots furrowed their brows even more because they were now certain that this was most likely true. However, the ordinary workers around them became more and more confused as they listened. They were stunned on the spot with puzzled expressions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He frowned slightly because he did not understand. Where is that place? What could make so many big shots reveal such serious expressions? He was very curious and realized that there were too many things in this world that he did not know. Down below, the grand characters pondered for a moment, then began to walk again. However, this time, they were not walking toward the exit. Instead, they were walking toward the auction elder. Since it's true, it seems that we need to discuss this matter properly. The elder from the Shen family took the lead and left. Behind him, the elder from the Murong family, the elder in green, and the others also left. The experts from the rank 6 sects also followed behind them. These people could all understand. They naturally knew what that place represented. As for the others, they didn't understand. They all revealed puzzled expressions and were extremely surprised. However, they also knew that they were probably not qualified to know about this matter. With endless curiosity, everyone left the auction house unwillingly. They did not dare to behave atrociously in front of so many big shots. Lin Xian was also very curious and wanted to go down to listen, but he knew that it was impossible. Those who participated in this matter were all peerless experts. With his current status, he was still unable to participate. However, if there was an urgent matter, the Immortal Martial Academy would inform him. Thinking of this, he calmed down and patiently dealt with the matters of the auction. At this moment, apart from Lin Xian and those from his own family, there were also the younger generation of the major powers that stayed in the auction house. Lin Xian and Wang Li had just come out when they saw Shen Yulong and the others. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the gloomy young man from the Shen family laughed coldly. To think that you actually dare to appear in front of us. How audacious. I advise you to hide. With your level of alchemy, it's not enough to look at in front of us. The gloomy young man was extremely arrogant. You dare to be careful of our brother Xian. Wang Li coldly snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. I can't, but our brother Tianyu can crush him with a single hand. What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow you up into the sky? Wang Li sneered. A loser still dares to say such big words. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The two of them mocked each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. However, Lin Xian and the handsome young man didn't say anything, but the atmosphere in the air was getting colder and colder. However, the handsome young man had an arrogant expression. He turned to Shen Yulong and said, "Let's go. I came to Windseek City this time to see the King's Stone Tablet and find a few 7th grade alchemy grandmasters to exchange pointers with. I'm not interested in other things, and they don't have the qualifications to make me interested." He was extremely arrogant and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke in a low voice, "Exchange pointers. Why don't we exchange pointers?" He really couldn't stand the attitude of this group of people. They were all so arrogant. Those who didn't know would really think that they were pill kings. Coincidentally, Lin Xian had a new understanding of alchemy recently. He could use them as a whetstone. Exchange pointers with you. Are you worthy? The handsome young man, Shen Tianyu, showed disdain. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Xian said coldly. What a joke. A fake 6th grade alchemist dares to compete with our big brother Tian. You're courting death. You have to know that our big brother Tianyu is a true 7th grade alchemist. He's a grandmaster. I can guarantee that if you dare to bet, I'll make you piss your pants in shame. The cold young man was very arrogant. Generally, when one's strength reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist, they would be called an alchemy grandmaster. In terms of alchemy, they would be superb and would be respected by the major forces. No one expected that this handsome young man was actually a true 7th grade alchemist. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a 7th grade alchemist? He now had the 1000-beast cauldron and could refine 7th grade pills. Moreover, his success rate was higher than a true 7th grade alchemist. It could be said that he had reached the Grandmaster realm long ago. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't fear the other party at all. As long as the other party dared to provoke him, he was absolutely confident that he would ruthlessly beat them and let them know what a true alchemy grandmaster was. Oh. A battle between alchemy grandmasters? I won't miss such a good thing. Murong Qingqing floated over like a fairy with a faint smile on her lips. She naturally knew Shen Tianyu's strength, but she believed in Lin Xian more. In her opinion, if it was a real competition, Lin Xian would never lose. Brother Tianyu has made a move. At this time, the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace also came over. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Chapter 1057. It's just a clown. With Brother Tianyu's help, it'll be over quickly. So, fellow cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace must come and watch. The cold youth from the Shen family said. How dare you boast? Wang Li sneered. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you lose. Did you know that the 3 purple spirit pills at the auction were personally refined by our brother Xian? I wonder if your brother Tianyu can refine them. Wang Li was really angry, so he released such a shocking news. What? Those 3 purple spirit pills were refined by him. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect the strange purple spirit pills to be refined by Lin Xian. One had to know that the purple spirit pill was not only a 7th grade pill, but its effects were also very strange. Even the older generation went crazy for it. Not to mention the younger generation. Now, when they heard that this pill was actually refined by Lin Xian, they were all extremely shocked. However, the cold youth from the Shen family snorted. Stop boasting. It must have been refined by an elder in the sect. You're just a figurehead. Don't be fooled by him. Last time in the Crimson Crescent City, he was defeated by a purple spirit pill when he fought with Lin Xian. Moreover, he was completely defeated and was laughed at by everyone. Now that he heard the words purple spirit pill, he was infuriated. That was why he roared so crazily to vent the anger in his heart. However, Lin Xian sneered and looked at the cold youth in front of him with disdain. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown who wasn't worth mentioning. The real enemy was the handsome young man, Shen Tianyu. Hearing the cold youth's words, the surrounding people also looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't help it. The news was too shocking and they couldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian still looked calm and at ease. It seemed that he was very confident in his own strength. It didn't seem fake. Moreover, not only Lin Xian, but the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked confident. This shocked everyone even more. Could it be that the purple spirit pill was really refined by him? This thought quietly sprouted in everyone's hearts. Even Shen Tianyu frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to refine such a pill. He turned to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was not a Tier 7 alchemist, but a Tier 6 alchemist. Therefore, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct a Dan of the 7th realm. However, this news made him a little angry. As a 7th realm alchemist and a grandmaster, he had never heard of this Dan before. But now, a level 6 brat actually refined such a peculiar medicinal pill. This was intolerable to him. The corners of Shen Tianyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It's not impossible for you to spar with me. However, I don't usually spar with others for no reason. If you can offer me something that moves my heart, I can spar with you. I might even give you some guidance. Shen Tianyu said proudly. Wager, wager. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that Shen Tianyu had a habit of making wagers with others. Whoever won in alchemy would win the other party's wager. Wager. What do you want? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. If you lose, give me the purple spirit pill formula in your hand. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Shen Tianyu had set his sights on the formula. One should know that the purple spirit pill was a Tier 7 pill with a peculiar effect that made countless honorables go crazy. This formula was definitely extremely precious. If anyone could obtain it, it would definitely be a great fortune. That was why Shen Tianyu offered such a condition. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. How dare Shen Tianyu covet his formula? He was really courting death. However, he didn't refuse. Instead, he sneered in his heart. It's not impossible to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager, but it depends on what you can offer. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager. After all, that was a magical treasure. How could he just take it out like that? Wasn't he afraid of losing? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. After hearing this, Shintianyu smiled proudly. He didn't expect Shintianyu to agree so easily. This was beyond his expectations. However, this was also good. It seemed that Shintianyu was simple-minded and couldn't threaten him at all. This pill formula, I'm taking it. Shintianyu sneered in his heart with a smug smile. Then, he said, I won't bully you. I also have a tier 7 pill formula with me. It's called the Jingyuan pill. After taking it, it can greatly increase a supreme martial artist's cultivation and spiritual power. I'll use this formula as a wager. What do you think? Increase one's cultivation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Although a pill that could increase one's cultivation was good, it wasn't rare. Lin Xian's purple spirit pill could restore one's martial soul. There were only a few people in the entire Tianwu continent who could do this. Lin Xian sneered. Shintianyu took out an ordinary tier 7 pill formula as a wager with his purple spirit pill. How ridiculous. I didn't expect the genius of the Shin family to be so insincere. How stingy. Since you can't offer anything good, I won't blame you. Maybe you're really poor and don't know how to compare notes. Let's end it here. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a trace of contempt. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Shintianyu shouted coldly. His face was a little pale. He didn't expect Shintianyu to reject him so directly. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to walk away. Shintianyu's face was livid. He said coldly, then I'll add another one. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. He didn't lack pill formulas. After all, he had the pill formulas left behind by Lord Alcohol and the alchemy inheritance left behind by King Pillplume. Therefore, he didn't lack pill formulas at all. Seeing that Shintianyu ignored him, Shintianyu's face turned even uglier. What do you want as a wager? His voice was a little ferocious because he really wanted the purple spirit pill formula. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Shintianyu had taken the bait. Then, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. He said, 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. If you can take them out, I'll bet with you. If you can't, then don't waste my time. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shin family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man. He screamed. "Oh!" Chapter 1058. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shin family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man, who screamed. What? 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. Are you crazy? You're robbing us. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request? Do you have any idea how precious and valuable these things are? The gloomy young man was very agitated. Shintianyu's face darkened, and his eyes were cold. Then do you know how precious my purple spirit pill is? Lin Xian said coldly. If you're not blind, you can see how much a purple spirit pill was sold at today's auction. What was the reaction of the older generation? Moreover, it's only a purple spirit pill. Now I'm betting on it. It can create a lot of wealth. I think you know who's taking advantage of who. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, although a 6,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, it would be gone once it was used up. However, elixir recipes were different. They could be passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, the purple spirit pill was a magical elixir. If one had the elixir recipe, it was equivalent to obtaining a mountain of gold. It would bring a lot of wealth and attract the attention of the major forces. After Lin Xian's explanation, everyone felt that it made sense. Now that they thought about it, Shen Tianyu was indeed too stingy. He had only taken out 2 ordinary 7th-grade elixir recipes as a bet. It was a bit of a bully. Shen Tianyu was not an ordinary disciple. He was a genius disciple of a king family. Such ordinary elixir recipes were not worthy of his status. Shen Tianyu's face darkened. He had thought that 2 elixir recipes could fool him. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to be so cunning. Moreover, what shocked him even more was the conditions that Shen Tianyu had proposed. 2 spiritual herbs that were 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that were 5,000 years old. These were the most precious things in his storage ring. He did not know how Shen Tianyu knew about the things in his storage ring. However, he thought it was a coincidence. That's because looking into a storage ring requires soul power. With his strength as a 7th-tier alchemist, he'll be able to detect the slightest abnormality. Moreover, he did not think that the other party could hide from his senses, so in his opinion, this was a complete coincidence. Okay, I agree to your conditions, Shen Tianyu said in a low voice. Although these spiritual herbs were extremely precious, they were nothing compared to the purple spirit pill's pill formula. Moreover, he was confident that he would not lose, so no matter what he took out, he was not worried. As long as he could make the other party compete with him, it would be fine. At that time, he would let the other party know what regret was. Lin Xian sneered inwardly when Shen Tianyu agreed. As expected, the other party had taken the bait and agreed to participate in this competition. This was great. Plus, the spiritual medicine he wanted wasn't something he said casually. He really knew what it was. Of course, he didn't use his soul power to find out. It was the little white monkey who told him. The little white monkey had a special sense for these kinds of heaven and earth treasures, so it was very clear how many good things the other party had in their storage rings. If it weren't for the other party's powerful soul power, the little white monkey would have used the treasure bowl to rob them. However, it was the same now. As long as the other party dared to take out those spiritual herbs as a bet, Lin Xian was confident that he could win them back. Seeing that the 2 alchemy geniuses had reached an agreement, the crowd was shocked and then excited. Lin Xian and Shen Tianyu were both very powerful, and they were both very advanced alchemists. Shen Tianyu had reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very talented. Lin Xian was even more amazing. He could refine a magical pill like the purple spirit pill, which made countless venerables crazy. It could be said that both of them were alchemy geniuses. Now that the 2 of them were going to compete, it was naturally very exciting. Okay, after 10 days, I'll wait for you at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Shen Tianyu said coldly and then left with the disciples of the Shen family. We, the Divine Bird Palace, will not miss this competition. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace glared at Lin Xian with cold eyes and then left with laughter. They knew Shen Tianyu's reputation. In their opinion, it would be easy for Shen Tianyu to defeat Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight in person, it was great for them to see Lin Xian fail with their own eyes. A competition between geniuses is really not to be missed. The disciples of the deity Sword Villa nodded slightly and then left quickly. The young disciples around were all shocked and said that they absolutely couldn't miss this exciting battle. Very quickly, the news spread out, and the entire wind-seeking city was shaken by it. They didn't expect that the auction had just ended and there would be such explosive news. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. The crowd was excited and they all stopped in Windy City to wait for the battle between the 2. Lin Xian chuckled as he watched the departing figures of those people. He knew what those people were thinking. Most of them didn't believe that he could refine the purple spirit pill. However, he didn't care about their doubts and didn't explain too much. When he refined the pill on the spot, it would naturally shut their mouths. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the Shen family dared to covet his elixir recipe. Elixir recipes were the lifeblood of an alchemist, especially such a precious elixir recipe. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't hand it over even if they had to risk their lives. Now that they wanted his elixir recipe, it was a disguised attempt to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't sit still and wait for death. Alas, it's a pity that he only has so many spiritual herbs in his storage ring. It would be great if he had more. Lin Xian sighed and looked regretful. What he lacked most now were spiritual herbs, especially precious ones. In his opinion, Shen Tianyu was just an elixir boy. Just as Lin Xian decided on the battle, on the other side, the big shots had finished their discussion. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. They just wanted to confirm and then prepare. After all, this was both a challenge and an opportunity for them. If they were lucky, they would receive great rewards. Lin Xian happened to meet these big shots and immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, seniors." The elders of the big forces looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. When the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Soon, he regained his composure and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, the old man in green was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be waiting for them here. Moreover, the people from the Palace of Gods of War had bumped into him. This wasn't a good thing. Chapter 1059. Fortunately, the middle-aged honorable master from the Palace of Ares only glanced at Lin Xian and did not pay much attention to him. The green-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's identity was too sensitive and he could not expose it easily. Otherwise, the other party would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was also excited when he saw the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder had previously told him that his father was in the Palace of Ares. Hence, he was eager to know about his father's whereabouts. "Senior, please hold on. I have something to ask," Lin Xian said to the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder nodded and stopped in his tracks. After the big shots had left, Lin Xian asked quickly. "Senior, how is my father? And what's the situation in the Palace of Ares? Can I go there?" The green-robed elder hesitated and said slowly, "You can't go there now. As for your father's condition, don't worry. There's no problem." The green-robed elder thought for a while and decided not to reveal Lin Xian's true identity. Beside him, Hall Master Wan and the auctioneer elder took a deep look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "All right, you don't have to worry about the Palace of Ares. There's something you need to do now." "Something? What is it?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "It's about that place," Hall Master Wan said. "That place?" Upon hearing that, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he asked curiously, "What is that place?" "It's a secret land. There are countless treasures in it, but it's also extremely dangerous. You can say that opportunities and challenges coexist. Are you willing to go to such a secret land?" Hall Master Wan asked. Although they wanted Lin Xian to go, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian had to agree to it himself. Countless treasures. Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. What he lacked the most now was treasures. Now, there was actually a mystic realm that was filled with treasures. This was extremely good news for him. "What is the danger?" Lin Xian asked again. Although the heaven and earth treasures were good, he still had to figure out the situation before he dared to enter. There are two aspects in total. The first is the threat from the other factions. There might be a conflict with the other factions. The second is the threat of the secret realm itself. After all, it's an ancient secret realm. Although there are many treasures in there, there are corresponding formations. That's an extremely powerful ancient forbidden formation. Its power is unimaginable. That's why the process of obtaining the treasure is extremely dangerous. Ancient formation restriction. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. However, he was secretly delighted. This was because the dark red divine dragon was an expert in array formations. It should have no problem breaking array formations. Therefore, without much thought, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. All right. Since you've agreed, then prepare patiently. We'll inform you when we're done discussing the details. Hall Master Wan said, it won't take too long. It'll only take about a month. A month. Lin Xian nodded. Fortunately, he had enough time to prepare. Then, Lin Xian left with his men. Hall Master Wan frowned. That place was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was opened in advance. There might be something unusual inside. Have you really decided to let Lin Xian enter? Hearing that, the green-robed elder sighed. No one wants to take this risk. However, this opportunity only comes once in 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we might have to wait another 100 years. No one can wait that long, and Lin Xian is even more so. If he's an ordinary martial artist, then it's fine. However, his identity is too special. I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it for long before those people find out. At that time, he'll be in great danger. Therefore, the opening of the secret realm is the best opportunity for him to increase his strength. Although it's dangerous, it's better than being killed by others. Hearing that, the few important figures fell silent. All right, then it's settled. How about your side? Those people won't let this matter rest until they get the king tablet. Do you want us to send some people to escort you back? Hall Master Wan asked. No need. I have a way to deal with it. The green-robed elder smiled and said. Looking at his confident expression, Hall Master Wan didn't say anything else. After all, the green-robed elder wasn't a weakling. He was an expert from the Palace of War that was as famous as the Immortal Martial Academy. While the two of them were discussing, the important figures of the other forces also left Wind-Seeking City and returned to their respective sects to discuss this matter. The opening of the secret realm in advance was extremely shocking to them. They guessed that something unimaginable must have happened inside. However, the things inside were too tempting. They couldn't resist at all. Therefore, they could only send their disciples. However, they had to discuss what kind of disciples to send. While these important figures were discussing urgently, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. Since it was confirmed that they would enter the secret realm in a month, he was preparing urgently during this period. Other things couldn't be improved in a short period of time, but things like elixirs could be refined. Therefore, during this period, Lin Xian had been preparing all kinds of elixirs to deal with the dangerous secret realm. However, while Lin Xian was busy in seclusion, another big event happened in Wind-Seeking City. Now, all the martial artists in Wind-Seeking City were extremely excited because they witnessed the rise of a young alchemy grandmaster. This young man was naturally Shen Tianyu. He stayed in Wind-Seeking City and didn't leave. Moreover, during these few days, he displayed his powerful alchemy skills, which shocked everyone. One should know that all the forces in Wind-Seeking City were still there. These people were the elites of the blood field. However, they were still deeply shocked by Shen Tianyu's alchemy skills. The alchemists of the major forces were so shocked that they all went to visit Shen Tianyu to ask for advice. Even a 7th-grade alchemist went to exchange pointers with him. This made everyone even more shocked. One should know that those alchemists were all terrifying figures. There were even alchemy grandmasters. However, at this moment, they were all asking for advice from a young man. This was really incredible. For a time, Shintianyu's reputation spread throughout Wind-Seeking City. At the same time, the news of the competition between Shintianyu and Lin Xian spread. Suddenly, everyone was extremely excited. The disciples of the Shin family and the allied forces of the Shin family secretly spread the news that Lin Xian was afraid of Shintianyu and didn't dare to go out and meet people. At first, people didn't believe it because Lin Xian's strength was not weak. However, gradually, they began to doubt it because they didn't see Lin Xian at all these days. They didn't even see him at the celestial martial auction. Chapter 1060. Didn't he refine the purple spirit pill? With such a miraculous pill, why would he be afraid of competing with others? What do you know? I heard that the purple spirit pill was not refined by him. It was refined by an elder of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. It was just under his name. Really? So there is such a thing. It's possible. After all, the purple spirit pill is too miraculous. How could a young man refine it? I'm afraid that even Shintianyu can't refine such a pill. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. But now that Lin Xian hasn't shown up for many days, it might be true. In Wind-Seeking City, countless martial artists were talking about it. Elixirs were resources that martial artists couldn't do without. Therefore, every martial artist was paying attention to it. Therefore, all kinds of news were flying around. Although I don't know if the purple spirit pill was refined by Lin Xian, I heard that when Lin Xian was in Crimson Crescent City, he was invited by a grade 7 alchemist. This is enough to prove his strength and talent. Otherwise, the grade 7 alchemist wouldn't have invited him. However, such a talented young alchemist didn't dare to accept the challenge. How strong is Shintianyu? Someone exclaimed. Of course, Shintianyu is the genius of the Shin family. He's a true grade 7 alchemist. Do you know what a grade 7 alchemist is? Look at those grade 7 alchemists now and you'll understand. Without a few hundred years, it's impossible to achieve it. However, Shintianyu became a grade 7 alchemist at such a young age. That's unbelievable. Many people exclaimed. In Wind-Seeking City, many people were talking about Shintianyu. Although Shintianyu didn't make many moves, he had deeply impressed everyone. In an instant, his name resounded throughout Wind-Seeking City. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this. He had been in seclusion to prepare for the secret territory. However, he didn't forget about the competition with Shintianyu. After all, it was a few 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. He wouldn't miss out on such a good thing. Therefore, when he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and exited his seclusion. However, when he came out, he wasn't happy. Because he heard the streets and alleys speaking ill of him. Immediately, Lin Xian found Wang Li and the others and asked them what was going on. He had only been in seclusion for a few days. How did the world change so drastically? Wang Li was also very angry. He quickly said, "Older brother Xian, in the past few days when you were in seclusion, the entire Wind-Seeking City was talking about your competition with Shintianyu. Not only that, but the disciples of the Shin family and the Divine Bird Palace are also adding fuel to the fire in the dark, specifically discrediting them, which is why the current situation is like this. We wanted to do it a long time ago, but without your permission, we didn't dare." Wang Li gritted his teeth. After hearing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin. So that's what happened. No wonder the entire Wind-Seeking City was in such a situation. However, he was not worried because his purple spirit pill was not fake. He had refined it himself. Therefore, no matter what people said, they could not change this fact. However, the other party's actions infuriated him. He was not a master who would be bullied. There's no need to do it, but since the other party provoked us, we have to respond. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Wang Li, follow me out. Older brother Xian, where are we going? Wang Li asked. Accept the challenge. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hearing this, Wang Li was excited. He had been displeased with those people for a long time. Unfortunately, without Lin Xian's order, he could not do it. But now, Lin Xian was going to take the initiative to attack. How could he not be excited? Older brother Xian, I can't help it. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Then, he followed Lin Xian out. When Lin Xian appeared in Wind-Seeking City, everyone was stunned. They were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Because after these few days of discrediting, everyone thought that Lin Xian was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge. But now, Lin Xian appeared. What's going on? Didn't he not dare to come out? Why did he come out now? Many people were confused. Who knows? Is he here to accept the challenge? That's impossible. Didn't they say that he's only a 6th grade alchemist? With this level, he's courting death against Shen Tianyu. But he's walking towards the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. That's where he and Shen Tianyu will fight. Everyone was talking about it excitedly. It was too shocking. They thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a thing to happen again. At this time, Wang Li snorted coldly. What are you suspecting? Are you suspecting our older brother Xian? Let me tell you, our older brother Xian has been in seclusion for the past few days because he's studying the pill formulas. It's not some lousy rumor. Now, we're here to accept the challenge. That's you. You were shouting so happily just now. I advise you to tell that Shen Tianyu to protect his knees. Protect his knees. Everyone was confused. Because in front of older brother Xian, he has to kneel. Wang Li's voice was loud and clear. Whoosh! Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. What did I hear? Lin Xian is fighting back. Damn, this is the rhythm of a fight. This is big news, big news. I told you, Lin Xian can't be afraid. You didn't believe me, but now you believe me. Look at how confident he is. Did he really come up with a new pill formula? Everyone was excited, boiling, and completely confused. The rumor about Lin Xian discredited was self-defeating. Didn't you say that he was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge? But now, he had come out and accepted the challenge in a high-profile manner. He was very confident. Suddenly, the news spread like a gust of wind and quickly spread throughout Windy City. Go and see, Lin Xian is out. What, Lin Xian is out? You're not dreaming, are you? How dare he come out? What do you know? He's heading to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion to prepare for the competition. Really? Damn. I have to go and see. In an instant, the entire Windy City was shocked. Countless warriors moved to watch. This also created a strange scene. Lin Xian was like an elder of a king family. He was surrounded by everyone like the stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lin, are you really going to fight? Someone did not believe and quickly asked. I say, why are you still asking this question? Wang Li said impatiently. Can't you see? Of course, our older brother Xian is going to fight. Also, hurry up and tell Shen Tianyu to prepare a 6,000-year-old elixir. We don't want it if it's missing a leaf. Wang Li's words shocked everyone. They looked at Lin Xian's confident look. It did not seem fake at all. Now, everyone believed that Lin Xian was really going to fight. Chapter 1061. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the largest elixir trading place in Wenfeng City. They had everything from ordinary elixirs to 7th-grade elixirs. It could be said that everyone knew about the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, the people of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion all came out to welcome them. They naturally knew that the two of them were going to fight here, but they did not object. Instead, they were very happy. This was because such a thing was rare and both of them were shocking geniuses. Shen Tianyu was a disciple of a royal family and an alchemy genius. He had become a 7th-grade alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very powerful and his future was limitless. Lin Xian was even more amazing. It was said that the purple spirit pill was refined by him. Moreover, he was the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction, there was probably no one who didn't know about this auction. The first auction had gathered countless elders of the big forces and even sent out a heaven-defying item like the King's Tablet. It could be said that the Immortal Martial Auction was the top auction in the Tianwu continent. And the young man in front of them was the owner of the auction. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him and all came out to welcome him. Under the welcoming of the elders, Lin Xian entered the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had specially cleared out a courtyard for this competition. The courtyard was very spacious and connected into one piece. Inside, there were overlapping rockery and waterfalls. The scenery was pleasant and it was like a fairyland. Lin Xian walked into the courtyard and immediately narrowed his eyes. He naturally did not pay attention to the scenery. Moreover, something else had attracted his attention. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed that there was a fire vein under the courtyard. Although it was not as good as the Flaming Mountain, it was still extraordinary. The fire vein contained rich fire elements and could help alchemists increase the efficiency of refining elixirs. It could be said that it was very important. He did not expect that there would be a fire vein in the courtyard. As expected of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, it was indeed extraordinary. Then, he focused his gaze and carefully sensed it. Then, he took a step forward. His footwork was very strange. It was not a straight line at all. It was as if he was stepping on something. The ordinary martial artists were puzzled and did not understand. However, the elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were shocked and their faces were dull. They could not help but be shocked because they knew that there was a fire vein underground. But now, every step Lin Xian took was on the fire vein. Moreover, it was the place with the densest fire vein. Lin Xian's footsteps had completely shocked the elders of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Now, they absolutely believed that the previous rumors were purposely slandered. The youth in front of them was definitely incomparably powerful. However, they didn't know if they could defeat Shen Tianyu because Shen Tianyu was also extraordinary. Moreover, they had interacted with Shen Tianyu before. His attainments in alchemy were even higher than theirs. Therefore, they had no way of guessing the outcome of this battle. Everything would only be known after the battle. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian stopped and stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. This was because the place he was at now was the place where the fire element was the strongest. Seeing that Lin Xian was ready, Wang Li immediately said, "Why hasn't Shen Tianyu come yet? Is he afraid of our brother Xian's strength? You don't dare to accept my challenge." Previously, those people had maliciously slandered Lin Xian, which made Wang Li and the others very angry. Now that there was an opportunity, they would not miss it. When the surrounding people heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Obviously, Shen Tianyu was retaliating against those malicious rumors from a few days ago. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's arrival at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion spread quickly. More and more people gathered at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. The entire courtyard was filled with people. Lin Xian stood at the place where the fire vein was the strongest and waited quietly. He knew that Shen Tianyu would definitely come after hearing the news. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden commotion behind him. The crowd spread to both sides like a tide, forcibly forming a passage. Then, a group of people swaggered out of the passage. The person in front was naturally Shen Tianyu. He was handsome and had a conceited smile on his face as he strode over quickly. Next to him was the cold-leveled 6 alchemist and Shen Yulong. Behind them were the other disciples of the Shen family. The group of people majestically entered the courtyard. Then, the cold young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "You really dared to come. I have to say that you're very bold, but also very stupid. How dare you go against our brother Tianyu? You're going to die. Today, I'll expose your alchemy skills in front of everyone and let everyone know what kind of trash you are." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to come so quickly and in such a domineering manner. It seemed that there would be an exciting alchemy battle here. When Wang Li heard Shen Tianyu's voice, he snorted and said, "I think you should be the ones who are afraid." "Why? Are you ready to kneel down?" Seeing that Lin Xian was not backing down, the crowd finally boiled over. The alchemy competition had not yet begun, but the two sides were already mocking each other. It seemed that when the battle began, they would definitely not hold back. This also meant that the battle would definitely be exciting. "How is it? Have you prepared the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs? You must take good care of them. If there's a single leaf, we won't accept it." "Of course, we'll take good care of the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. But you don't have to worry about that because you won't have the chance to see them." The cold young man sneered. Shen Tianyu, on the other hand, looked proud and aloof. He did not care about this quarrel at all. Instead, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, he frowned. This was because he also felt the underground fire vein. However, what made him unhappy was that Lin Xian was standing in the best spot of the fire vein. He could not tolerate this. In his opinion, this place should belong to him. Lin Xian was not qualified to own this place. Then, with a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth, he quickly walked up. "Get lost. I want this place." Shen Tianyu was very domineering. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sneered. "You want it? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. He had to teach this self-righteous and arrogant guy a lesson in order to intimidate him. "Kid, I'm warning you. You don't deserve this position. You're an insult to this place by standing here." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to back down, Shen Tianyu's face darkened. "How ridiculous. If I don't deserve it, do you think you deserve this place? Do you really think you're so great?" Lin Xian said coldly. The crowd was puzzled. They could not understand why the two of them were fighting for a position. Chapter 1062. You're not alchemists, so you don't know that there's a very dense fire vein underneath. And Lin Xian is standing at the best spot in the fire vein. Refining pills there will achieve the best results. An elder explained. After hearing that, the crowd finally understood. No wonder the two of them were fighting for a spot. However, it seemed that Shen Tianyu was at a disadvantage because it seemed that Lin Xian would never give up that spot. In front of them, the two of them were confronting each other. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Shen Tianyu was furious. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Get lost. He finally could not stand it anymore. He threw a punch in front of him, trying to send Lin Xian flying. Seeing that, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to suddenly attack. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and waved it in front of him. Boom! A low sound was heard, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. You want to fight? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Lin Xian sneered. Then his arm shook, and a huge force surged out of his body again. Boom! In the next moment, Shen Tianyu's expression changed because he was knocked back. His body swayed and he took 3 steps back. His entire arm was slightly numb. You! He stared fiercely at Lin Xian. His eyes were burning with anger. He did not expect Lin Xian's combat strength to be so terrifying that he was knocked back. The crowd was also shocked. It seemed that in terms of combat strength, Shen Tianyu was far inferior to Lin Xian. At that moment, Shen Yulong also quickly stepped forward and whispered to Shen Tianyu, "Don't fight with him. His combat strength is terrifying." Hearing that, Shen Tianyu's face darkened, but he still nodded coldly. He had already felt the power of that punch. At that moment, he snorted. So what if his combat strength is strong? We're competing in alchemy skills this time. So what if you've taken the best spot? I'll let you know what true strength is. Shen Tianyu's expression was cold. He no longer fought for the best spot. Instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for other spots. Not long after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his feet, he arrived at a place opposite Lin Xian. The fire element there was also abnormally strong, second only to Lin Xian's location. Kid, you'll know in a moment that everything is futile in front of absolute strength. Shen Tianyu smiled coldly. I'll let you know what true strength is. In the face of absolute strength, everything you do is futile. Shen Tianyu said arrogantly. Lin Xian also said in a cold voice, an alchemist who can't even get the most advantageous position to refine pills, and you still want to talk about absolute strength. I think you don't have any strength at all. You don't deserve to say these words. There are many factors involved in alchemy, and the flame factor is especially important. It can even affect the success or failure of alchemy. You can't even control such an important factor, and you still want to talk about strength with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corners of his mouth. You have a sharp tongue. You'll know how short-sighted your knowledge is. Shen Tianyu's face was dark, and there was a strong murderous intent. His opponent was so hateful that he dared to question his strength. He decided to teach him a lesson later and let him know what a real alchemy genius was. That's right. What's the use of talking? Let's see if you have the ability to fight. The gloomy youth of the Shen family also clamored. It's no fun to bicker. Since it's an alchemy competition, let's see what level of alchemy you have. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered. The surrounding warriors were very excited because they would soon be able to see a peak alchemy competition. This was definitely a rare scene. In that case, let's start. The competition is very simple. You can refine pills at will. Whoever has a higher grade and better effect will win. Shen Tianyu said, prepare the purple spirit pill formula, because it will soon be mine. Hearing this, Lin Xian had a strange look. He asked in a low voice, are you sure you want to compete like this? What, you don't dare? Shen Tianyu sneered. It's not that I don't dare, but I have no chance of winning at all. Lin Xian said slowly, if I use the purple spirit pill, I really can't think of what kind of pill you can use to compete with me. He was telling the truth. Originally, he thought that they should refine the same kind of pill and see whose effect was better. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to compete with him on any kind of pill. Wasn't he looking for death? His purple spirit pill was a pill that could repair martial spirits. It was a pill that countless venerables went crazy for. It could be said that it was unique in the Tianwu continent because no one had heard of a pill with the same effect. Therefore, he really could not think of what kind of pill Shen Tianyu could use to compete with his purple spirit pill. Refine the purple spirit pill. Shen Tianyu was stunned. He then sneered disdainfully, "If you can really refine the purple spirit pill, then I'll admit defeat." He said this directly because in his opinion, it was impossible for Shen Tianyu to refine the purple spirit pill. That was because it was a 7th grade pill, and it was one of the most outstanding 7th grade pills. With Shen Tianyu's status as a 6th grade alchemist, how could he refine it? Therefore, he did not think that Lin Xian could refine it. Shen Tianyu was different. He was a genuine 7th grade alchemist. This time, he had carefully prepared for the competition. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. As long as he could refine it, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard Shen Tianyu's words, his expression became even more strange. Since Shen Tianyu was looking for death, he could only send him on his way. "Alright, you said it yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you." Lin Xian kindly reminded him again. Cut the crap. Let's begin." Shen Tianyu snorted coldly. Then, he touched his storage ring with his finger. A crimson alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. The alchemy cauldron was crimson. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat. There were mysterious lines on it, forming a flame pattern that burned fiercely. This cauldron. Could it be the Shen family's Nanming Ignis cauldron? The elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was shocked. "Yes, it is indeed the Nanming Ignis cauldron. I didn't expect him to have this treasure cauldron. This is a half-earth grade treasure." Another elder exclaimed. "What? A half-earth grade treasure?" When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and looked at the sky in disbelief. They did not expect that the Crimson Alchemy Cauldron to be a half-earth grade treasure. This was too shocking. One had to know that a half-earth step treasure was an incomparably rare existence. They hadn't expected Shen Tianyu to be so generous. Chapter 1063. Seeing the shocked and envious eyes of the people around him, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. His Nanmingli fire cauldron was indeed a half-earth rank treasure, and it was specially given to him by his family. Now, using it to deal with Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. It could even crush him. Then, he manipulated the Nanmingli fire cauldron and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. He wanted to see what kind of cauldron Shen Tianyu could take out. If the grade of his cauldron was too low, he would directly use the pressure of the Nanmingli fire cauldron to intimidate him, and it might even cause his alchemy to fail. He was disdainful. In front of his absolute strength, what could Lin Xian do? The disciples of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, their eyes cold. Lin Xian naturally knew what they meant, but he shook his head slightly with a touch of disdain. Shen Tianyu dared to compete with him in terms of cauldron quality. His 1000-beast cauldron was an earth-rank treasure, and it was a complete earth-rank treasure. It was not something that could be compared with a half-earth-rank treasure. If he wanted to, he could even suppress his opponent's cauldron in an instant. But he would not do so. If the news of the 1000-beast cauldron leaked out, the whole world would be alarmed. At that time, those kings might also take action. If that was the case, he could not resist at all. Therefore, before he had the ability to protect himself, he would not leak this information. However, the thousand-beast cauldron was still useful to him. Because of Zero, he could hide the aura of the thousand-beast cauldron. Therefore, he only needed to maintain the aura of the thousand-beast cauldron at the level of a half-Earth rank treasure, and then take it out to use. It would not arouse suspicion. After quickly communicating with Zero, Lin Xian also flicked his finger, and suddenly a black light appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone looked up and craned their necks to see. The black light in the void suddenly stopped and spun quickly. Then, a small black cauldron appeared in the void. The black cauldron floated in the air, emitting a similar aura. However, unlike the fiery aura from before, this black cauldron's aura was somewhat cold. What kind of pill cauldron is this? Why does it have such a cold and gloomy aura? Everyone looked at each other. As for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's elder, he was shocked once again. Relying on their outstanding soul force, they could clearly sense that the aura emitted by the black cauldron in the void was equally terrifying. It had also reached the level of a half-Earth rank artifact. Soon after, their hearts trembled fiercely. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would also possess a half-Earth step artifact-grade pill cauldron. On the other side, Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. He stared at the black cauldron in the sky, his body trembling slightly. Despicable, this is too despicable. He was driven mad, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Shen Tianyu was about to go crazy. He really couldn't imagine that his opponent would be able to take out a half-Earth step treasure cauldron. This was completely out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to use the pressure of the Nanming Ignis cauldron in his hand to frighten his opponent. But now, it seemed impossible. Because the black cauldron that his opponent had taken out was no weaker than his. And somehow, when he faced the black cauldron, there was an instinctive fear in his heart. Damn it, how could this guy have such a good thing in his hand? Not only Shen Tianyu, but the disciples of the Shen family were also shocked. Their faces were ferocious, and they wished they could rush up and snatch the black cauldron back. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also looked terrible. They stared fiercely at Lin Xian, and then comforted themselves. It's okay. Even if that guy took out a cauldron of the same level, so what? His strength is not as good as Brother Tianyu's. In the end, he will still lose. Even if the conditions are the same, his strength is not enough. He can't win. The disciples of the Shen family also regained their composure and shouted again. Seeing the changes in everyone's faces, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. A half-Earth step treasure. These people were really silly and cute. They actually thought that Shen Tianyu could win this competition. It seemed that he had to hit them hard in the face to wake them up. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored these people. Instead, he flicked his fingers and began to take out spiritual herbs to refine. Seeing this, Shen Tianyu snorted coldly. Then, he focused his mind and calmed his qi, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he waved his hand, and groups of spiritual herbs appeared in the air, floating with his soul power. Seeing the two of them refining elixirs, the surrounding people also quieted down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly watched this scene, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The alchemists in the field stared at the two of them, not missing a single movement. Because these two people were both top-notch alchemists, watching this kind of competition would definitely give them great inspiration. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion stared at Lin Xian. There was no other way, because Lin Xian was refining the purple spirit elixir. It was the most popular elixir now. If they could learn a thing or two from Shen Tianyu's refining process, or find some clues, it would be an extremely important discovery for them. Therefore, these elders were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at Lin Xian without blinking, and did not even miss a single movement. But soon, they were disappointed because Lin Xian showed them the most common process. Some of the key processes, as well as the carving of the pill veins, were all hidden. They could not find out at all, unless they forcefully used their soul power to break it. But if they did that, they would not just be observing, but directly robbing. This was a big taboo for alchemists, so they would not do it. Moreover, Lin Xian had the immortal martial academy behind him. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to forcefully investigate. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly, but their hearts were incomparably frantic. Although they could not see the most important part of refining the elixir, they were still incomparably shocked. It was because the methods Lin Xian displayed were truly too exquisite. Every single move he made was executed perfectly, and it caused even these seniors to sigh in admiration. Is this really a youth? Everyone was puzzled because to reach this level of attainment, it was impossible to achieve without a few hundred years. Genius, he is definitely a shocking genius. This Lin Xian's talent was definitely not inferior to Shen Tianyu's. He wondered what kind of person Lin Xian's master was. To actually be able to train such a peerless genius. Many alchemists discussed animatedly, abnormally envious. On the other hand, the Shen clan disciples' faces were dark because the better Lin Xian's performance was, the more uncomfortable they felt. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Impossible, he definitely won't succeed in refining it. Chapter 1064. He was also a grade 6 alchemist, but compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. That was because Shen Tianyu's methods and experience were too exquisite. He could not be compared to Shen Tianyu. He had even surpassed Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy. Although he was refining the elixir, he was aware of what was going on outside with his soul. When he found out about Lin Xian's skillful and exquisite methods, his face suddenly became gloomy. Not only that, but a feeling of panic suddenly arose in his heart because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was not inferior to his at all. If it were not for the restriction of his soul power, Shen Tianyu would have been a grade 7 alchemist. However, that was enough to shock him. Shen Tianyu knew that although he was also part of the younger generation, he was already in his 30s. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he was at most in his 20s. There was a difference of more than 10 years between the two of them. For a genius, the improvement that could be achieved in more than 10 years was extremely terrifying. In other words, if the two of them were the same age, he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Xian. That was because when he was in his 20s, he could not reach Lin Xian's level. Damn it! Shen Tianyu's heart was ferocious. I will not lose. The elixir formula of the purple spirit pill must be mine. In the end, he directly withdrew the last trace of his soul and no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he focused on refining the elixir in his hands. Without saying much, Shen Tianyu's strength was amazing. He was indeed a young genius at the Grand Master level. Under such circumstances, he was still able to quickly calm his mind and focus on refining pills. This point alone was enough to instantly kill a group of older generation figures. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to all of this. He had been completely immersed in the process of refining the pill. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the process of refining the elixir and fell into a very ethereal state. It was not the first time he had refined the purple spirit pill, so he was very familiar with it. Moreover, with the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hands, refining the purple spirit pill was not a challenge for him at all. However, he still carried on meticulously, because during this process, he was able to discover his own shortcomings and improve on them. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, no one left. They didn't even move. They were like petrified statues, quietly watching. Because the battle between the two of them was really too exciting, even those martial artists who didn't understand alchemy were convinced. Because all methods were connected, the other party's performance in alchemy was the same principle when it came to martial arts. Therefore, even though they did not understand alchemy, they understood this logic. And those alchemists were even more shocked, because the alchemy of these two people had long since completely surpassed them, reaching an inconceivable level. If they didn't know the exact age of these two people, they would have suspected that these two people were two old monsters in disguise. However, just as everyone was exclaiming in shock, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a divine arrow. Then, he let out a low roar and quickly waved his finger, sending streams of soul power into the thousand-beast cauldron. What? Seeing this scene, those medicinal pill elders were all stupefied. They naturally knew what Lin Xian's action meant, but because they knew, they were extremely shocked. This action meant that the refining of the pill was about to be completed, but this was simply impossible. One had to know that the other party was refining a 7th-grade pill. And it was an extremely special purple spirit pill among 7th-grade pills. It had only been half a day, and he was already done. The elders couldn't believe it because according to their common sense, even if it was an ordinary 7th-grade pill, those powerful 7th-grade alchemists would need about a day or so. How could someone be like Lin Xian, refining it in half a day? Around them, those alchemists were also shocked. Each of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. To be able to finish refining so quickly, it definitely isn't a 7th-grade pill. The gloomy young man from the Shen family said coldly. Maybe it's ruined. Many discussions sounded. In any case, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this speed was too damn fast, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill. Lin Xian took in everyone's expressions and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill in half a day, let alone an extremely special pill like the purple spirit pill. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the 1000-beast cauldron, which was a true Earth-grade treasure that could greatly reduce the refining speed. Moreover, half a day was enough for Lin Xian to be waterproof. According to his actual speed, he would probably be able to refine it in 4 hours. However, he didn't dare to refine it with all his might. What if he scared those people? Now, refining in half a day had already scared those people. If he refined it in 4 hours, those people would definitely treat him as a monster and capture him to study. Lin Xian didn't want to get into trouble like that. With a wave of his hand, a light purple pill flew back and was put into the pill bottle. Then, Lin Xian recalled the 1000-beast cauldron again. After doing that, he stood up and looked ahead with a smile. Over there, Shen Tianyu was still refining pills and had no idea what was going on outside. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had refined the purple spirit pill. No matter what kind of pill his opponent refined, it would be impossible for him to beat him. Therefore, he was sure to win this competition. When the crowd saw Lin Xian smile, they suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. The hearts of the Shen family disciples thumped as a bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. This guy, don't tell me he really refined the purple spirit pill. How is that possible? He refined the purple spirit pill in half a day. Is he a monster? Impossible, it's definitely impossible. He must be bluffing. Yes, that must be it. The Shen family disciples shook their heads frantically. In the distance, the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion looked at each other and whispered to each other. What do you think? Looking at the pill markings and fragrance, it should be a 7th grade pill without a doubt. However, I don't know if it's the purple spirit pill. Yeah, it was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Those few elders were also grumbling. It's fine that you refined the pill so quickly, but you didn't even show us after you finished refining the pill. Are you trying to kill us? My friend Lin, have you finished refining the pill? Finally, an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion stood out and rubbed his hands with a smile. Yes, I've finished refining it, Lin Xian answered readily. The purple spirit pill? The elder asked again. Yes, the purple spirit pill. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. However, the disciples of the Shen family jumped out and shouted, "Nonsense, it can't be the purple spirit pill. How can that pill be refined in such a short time? That's right. I think you must be bluffing to get away with it. Show us if you can." That's right. If you really refined it, I'll eat the sword in my hand. I'll eat it too. I don't believe that he can really refine the purple spirit pill. Chapter 1065. The elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were also excited. They quickly said, "Young friend Lin, why don't you take it out for us to have a look? You'll have to take it out sooner or later anyway." "All right." Lin Xian said helplessly, "Originally, I wanted to wait for Brother Shin to finish refining the pill. If I reveal it halfway, I'm afraid it will affect Brother Shin's refining." "All right, stop looking for excuses. Brother Tianyu won't be affected." The disciples of the Shin family sneered and did not believe him. "All right, since you want to die, I can't do anything about it." Lin Xian opened his palm and revealed the pill bottle in his hand. "So many eyes here have seen that I have never changed this pill bottle. This means that the pill in this bottle is indeed something that I have just refined. I hope the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion can bear witness to this." "That's right, we can prove it. No one can do anything under our noses." The group of elders patted their chests and said, "Young friend Lin, quickly open it and let us have a look." Lin Xian nodded and did not hesitate. He opened the pill bottle and poured out a light purple pill. Then, he waved his hand and let it float in the air. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and stretched their necks to look at the sky. The next moment, they let out a wave of exclamations. "Purple spiritual pill, it's really the purple spiritual pill. What, how is this possible? Oh my God, he refined the purple spiritual pill in half a day. This is definitely a shocking alchemy prodigy. Brother Lin, you're my idol from now on." Countless people discussed animatedly, their expressions extremely excited. The elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were also shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky. "That's right, this is definitely the purple spiritual pill. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. That's right, he looks like he's only 20 years old and already has such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid that he might break through to become an 8th grade alchemist in the future." The group of elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion shook their heads and their faces were filled with envy and amazement. However, the Shin family's disciples were dumbfounded. Each and every one of them were dumbstruck and panic-stricken. The faces of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually be able to refine the purple spirit pill. This was definitely not good news for them. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Dream, I must be dreaming." The gloomy young man from the Qin family jumped up, his expression filled with disbelief. "Fake, I don't believe it, it must be fake." The Shin family disciple still wanted to quibble. At this time, Wang Li took a step forward and coldly shouted, "Don't quibble. Who was the one who said he wanted to eat the sword on the spot?" Come out and eat it. Yes, yes. I heard that there are people who want to eat treasured sabers on the spot. Where are they? Let me see. The surrounding crowd also began to jeer. You are all disciples of king clans. Since he said that he would eat the sword on the spot, then let's eat it on the spot. Don't even think about running away. Otherwise, your king clan's face will be completely thrown away. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were extremely excited, and all of them looked at the Shin family disciple with anticipation. The Shin family disciple's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with despair. Previously, they were confident that Lin Xian would not be able to refine it, which was why they dared to boast like that. But now, he actually managed to refine it, and even wanted them to fulfill their previous promise. This made them even want to die. One had to know that that weapon was a spiritual artifact. It was incomparably hard. How could it be eaten? They probably couldn't even bite it. The group of people had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The group of Shin family disciples had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, Shin Yulong also stood out and coldly shouted, "Brat, don't go too far. Don't forget that we are from the King clan. It's precisely because you are from the King clan that I have to urge you to fulfill what you said before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you lose the face of the King clan." Lin Xian also sneered and said, "I know that you King clans value face the most, so you'd better eat it." Hearing this, Shin Yulong was so angry that he vomited blood, and the Shin family disciples were also so angry that their bodies trembled. At this moment, they even had the feeling of wanting to escape. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was too shocking, too exciting. One had to know that the other party was a King clan disciple, a high and mighty existence that no one dared to provoke normally. But now, Lin Xian directly broke this legend, and made the King clan disciples suffer. Moreover, they suffered a loss without being able to retaliate at all. Now that they saw the Shin family disciples' faces that were bleeding from holding back their blood, everyone could not help but want to laugh out loud. "Eat it, if you don't, you'll lose the face of the King clan." Lin Xian said, "Then you'll be punished when you return to your clan. So, I'm saying this for your own good. Hurry up and eat it on the spot. Eat your grandpa." Shin Yulong had the urge to vomit blood. "For our own good. If we eat it, we'll really lose face for the King clan. So, this time, we can't eat it even if we're beaten to death." Lin Xian sighed when he saw the Shin family's disciple lowering his head and refusing to admit his mistake. Sigh, the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. I didn't expect the top King clan of the mainland to not keep their promise. It seems like this world is really tragic. Yeah, what kind of King clan are they? They can't even keep their word. Wang Li also despised at the side. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they also began to mock them. As for the Divine Bird Palace disciples, their faces darkened. They didn't want to stay any longer, so one by one, they quickly escaped quietly. They had no choice, it was too embarrassing. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be mocked to death by others. "Hey, three-headed bird, why are you leaving? Don't you want to wait for the results?" Lin Xian looked at the fleeing disciples and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, the Divine Bird Palace disciples stiffened and almost fell down. Then, those people sped up and left the courtyard quickly without looking back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Damn, this is too heaven-defying. With just a few words, he scared off a 6th grade middle sect disciple. This kind of scene has probably never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian once again looked at the Shin family disciples with a smile. "Hey, your allies have all run away. It seems like they have no confidence in you. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the crowd's disdain, the Shen family disciples couldn't help but lower their heads. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. The gloomy young man was even more unbearable. His whole body trembled and his face was extremely red. Then, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hey, he's spitting blood, he's spitting blood. The Shen family disciples are in the wrong. Looking at this scene, Wang Li cried out loudly. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled in anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. Chapter 1066. Seeing this, the gloomy young man was stunned. The other Shen family disciples were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. The crowd was also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's face was splattered with blood, and his alchemy was interrupted. He opened his eyes angrily, and his expression was terrible. The next moment, the Nanming Ignis cauldron in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, as if it had exploded, a low sound came from the cauldron. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed. They knew that this meant that the alchemy had failed. Shen Tianyu's face became ferocious when he heard the explosion and saw the elixir turn into ashes. He wiped the blood off his face. His cold eyes were like lightning as they quickly swept across the area. Who dares to interrupt my alchemy? He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Because this was a competition that everyone was watching, and because of his distinguished status, he thought that no one would dare to interrupt his alchemy. Therefore, he did not take any protective measures. However, he did not expect that he would be interrupted at the most critical part of his alchemy, and he failed. He could not accept this. After all, he was in the middle of a competition. And it was a competition with a wager. In an instant, he thought of Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian dared to mess with him. However, in the next moment, he saw Lin Xian standing with his hands behind his back and shaking his head with a smile. Don't look at me. I'm not messing with you. It's your Shen family's son who did this. Then, he pointed to the side. Family disciple. Shen Tianyu's face was ferocious. He did not believe it, but he still looked over. Then, his body stiffened. It was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. He was completely stunned. That was because he saw that the gloomy young man's mouth was full of blood. He was looking ahead with a blank face. Needless to say, that mouthful of blood must be from him. Damn it! Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the person who interrupted his alchemy was from his own family. His face was ferocious. With a cold murderous intent, he quickly walked toward the gloomy young man. Brother Tianyu. Seeing Shen Tianyu walking over, the gloomy young man trembled in fear and almost cried. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that brat's fault. It's all his fault. The gloomy young man wanted to say something, but Shen Tianyu shouted, useless trash, get out of my way. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and slapped the gloomy young man's face, sending him flying. Suddenly, the gloomy young man's body flew into the air. He spun a few times in the air before he was sent flying. Half of his face was extremely swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth were broken and scattered on the ground. He was in an incomparably miserable state. Scram! I don't want to see you again. Shen Tianyu's voice was cold. If it wasn't for his own disciple, he would have killed that man already. The gloomy young man's face was contorted in pain, but he didn't dare to leave. He could only lie on the ground and tremble. Ayaya, killing each other, what a disgusting scene. Lin Xian sighed. The people around them tried hard to hold back their laughter and kept shaking their heads. They knew that the Shen family had completely lost today. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Lin Xian. Don't be so smug. I was just forcibly interrupted. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was extremely shocked. Impossible. Why are you still standing? Where's your alchemy tripod? Alchemy tripod. I put it away long ago. Do you think it's as slow as a snail like you? Finish refining. Impossible. Shen Tianyu quickly shook his head with a look of disbelief. Then, he sneered, why? Did you refine a 6th grade elixir? A 6th grade elixir. Hearing this, the people around them had strange expressions. Lin Xian also sneered. I think it's better for your own family to tell you the answer. Seeing the strange expressions of the people around him, Shen Tianyu had a bad feeling. However, he suppressed it and turned to look at the disciples of the Shen family. Tell me, what's going on? However, the disciples of the Shen family looked terrible and did not dare to answer. Yulong, tell me, what's going on? What kind of elixir did that kid refine? Seeing that the disciples of the Shen family did not dare to answer, Shen Tianyu could only look at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. However, he still said in a low voice, that kid refined the purple spirit elixir. What? Purple spirit elixir. Shen Tianyu was stunned. Those 3 words were like a bolt of lightning that struck him dumb. He never expected that Lin Xian could really refine the purple spirit elixir. Originally, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was not good enough and he was simply an imposter. It was impossible for him to refine a 7th grade elixir. But now, he had refined it. Of course, our brother Xian spent half a day refining the purple spirit elixir. At this time, Wang Li, who was next to him, also said proudly. Half a day. Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's pupils constricted and he was shocked again. He was very suspicious, but when he saw the expressions of the disciples of the Shen family in front of him, his heart sank. In other words, everything that the other party said was true. In half a day, the other party had refined the extremely precious purple spirit elixir, while he had ruined the elixir. The difference between them could be said to be obvious at a glance. Thinking of this, a fire of jealousy rose in his heart and his whole body became a little twisted. One had to know that he was a proud son of God and an alchemy genius. He was extremely talented. At such a young age, he had become a 7th grade alchemist and was greatly cultivated by his family. In fact, his goal was to become an 8th grade alchemist in his lifetime. It could be said that he had never taken anyone seriously, let alone those of the same generation. Yet now, a youth who was even younger than him actually defeated him in alchemy. He could not accept this. At this moment, Shen Tianyu's heart was going crazy. He looked at the strange expressions of the people around him and his heart sank. He felt like dying. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's voice softly floated from behind. I say, you seem to have forgotten something. Where's the bet? Yes, 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. You shouldn't have forgotten, right? Wang Li reminded him. Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's body trembled and he almost fell down. Those spiritual herbs were his treasures. How could he bear to part with them? However, he had already said it. There was no way he could deny it. Moreover, in front of so many people, he did not dare to deny it. Because when the time comes, it would not only be him who would be embarrassed, but the entire Shen family would be embarrassed. Chapter 1067. With a heavy snort, Shintianyu reluctantly took out 2 6,000-year-old and 3 5,000-year-old spirit herbs from his storage ring. Then, he threw them behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand. Instantly, a stream of air surged and formed a gentle gust of wind that completely caught the 5 spiritual herbs. They're really supreme spiritual herbs. Lin Xian sighed. Thank you. Remember to look for me when you want to compete. Of course, you have to prepare the stakes in advance. Shintianyu's head was about to explode. He suppressed the anger in his heart and turned into a ray of light, disappearing on the spot. Hey, why are you guys still here? Do you want to stay and eat the weapons? Lin Xian turned around and looked at the disciples of the Shin family who were still there. Hearing this, the disciples of the Shin family trembled and quickly left like stray dogs. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people let out earth-shattering cries. It was too shocking. A young man defeated all the disciples of the King family. It was too shocking. Moreover, what made the crowd even more excited was that they had seen this unbelievable process with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very happy. He looked at the supreme spiritual herbs in his hand and was overjoyed. These spiritual herbs were very precious and could make up for what he lacked. He had to admit that Shintianyu was really a god of fortune. Then, Lin Xian kept the supreme spiritual herbs and left the heavenly pill pavilion with Wang Li and the rest. However, not long after he left, the news spread throughout the entire Windy City. When the people outside heard the news, they were shocked. What did you say? In the end, Lin Xian won the competition, and Shintianyu blew up the pill. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. When the crowd heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they admired Lin Xian even more. In an instant, Lin Xian's reputation in the Windy City reached the peak and no one could surpass him. Lin Xian bade farewell to the Windy City and returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy to prepare for the Secret Realm. Lin Xian had just returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy when a deacon sent Lin Xian information about the Secret Realm. After reading it, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the Secret Realm. This secret realm was called the Remote Sky's Secret Realm. It was a secret realm passed down by Liu Yang in ancient times. As it was an independent space and only opened once every 100 years, it was not affected by the outside world and there were large amounts of treasures growing inside. It could be said that it was a place where countless martial artists were envious of it. However, there were also countless risks inside. Naturally, they were the restrictions and formations that had been passed down since ancient times. But overall, it was still a very tempting secret realm. At the same time, Lin Xian also learned that the opening of the Remote Sky Mystery Land this time was very strange. It was 20 years earlier than usual. In other words, some unexpected changes might have happened inside. Moreover, the people from the major powers couldn't forcefully investigate it because the Remote Sky's secret dimension had a special restriction on cultivation. It only allowed martial artists below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm to enter. Therefore, some powerful elders from powerful forces could not enter at all. Moreover, according to the information, challenger-level forces could send in 100 people while 6th-rank sects could send in 50 people. The other 5th-rank sects and clans could only send in 10 people each. Most of these people would be chosen from the younger generation and only a small number of them would be left for the older generation. Of course, the age distribution was different for each force and sect. Moreover, according to the information that Lin Xian received after returning these few days, even if there were only 100 people, not every expert on the Mystic Venerable ranking would be willing to enter. After all, it was extremely dangerous inside and they could die if they were not careful. On the contrary, those martial artists who were not on the ranking were unusually excited and wanted to try. However, even so, not everyone could enter. They had to pass the academy's strict assessment before they could enter. However, Lin Xian did not need to take part in the assessment. He only needed to prepare patiently and wait for the remote sky's secret realm to open. Soon, the news of the remote sky's secret realm spread and all the disciples in the Immortal Martial Academy knew about it. Instantly, the entire Immortal Martial Academy became lively. Ever since the demon-slaying conference, the Immortal Martial Academy had been peaceful for a long time. No one expected it to explode again. It could not be helped because the remote sky's secret realm was even more attractive than the demon-slaying conference. There were countless heavenly treasures inside, and even some extinct spirit herbs and martial arts that had been lost. It could be said that it was a treasure trove waiting for everyone to excavate. However, the danger there was also great. It was several times more dangerous than the demon-slaying conference. Therefore, every disciple was discussing whether to enter the remote sky's secret realm or not. At the same time, the Academy also held a registration event. After all, this was a major event and not just anyone could enter. It had to be decided through a competition. Although the remote sky's secret realm was dangerous, there were still many rooms that registered. This was an opportunity for them, an opportunity to become a dragon. In fact, it was not only the Immortal Martial Academy that was doing this. The other major forces were doing the same and were quickly selecting suitable disciples. The registration period was only 1 day. Therefore, the Immortal Martial Academy was very lively now. Those disciples who were in seclusion or outside rushed back and prepared to participate. There were also some seniors who were prepared to give it a try. Among them, Lin Xian was directly exempted from the test. At the same time, Du Guotian and Li Yunfei also received the same treatment. There was no choice. These 3 people were powerful and were the top existences in the younger generation of the academy. Therefore, they did not need to participate in the competition. Other than that, there was another person who was exempted from the competition. That was Murong Qingqing. However, she did not use the Immortal Martial Academy's quota but the Murong clan's quota. Murong Qingqing had already told Lin Xian about this before she left. Therefore, Lin Xian was not surprised. After all, the remote sky's secret realm was very dangerous. It could be assumed that the Murong clan also hoped that Murong Qingqing would stay with the disciples of their clan. This would greatly increase their chances of survival. As for this competition, Lin Xian did not pay attention to it anymore. Because his strength was still at the peak of the younger generation of the academy. Only Du Guotian and Li Yunfei could be his opponent. The others were not qualified at all. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. What he was really worried about was the disciples of the other sections. For example, the Shen clan and the Murong clan. The core disciples of these king clans were not weaker than the top 10 disciples of the academy. These were the real enemies. Chapter 1068. His cultivation had steadily increased, and he could be considered an extremely strong existence among the 4th-level venerables. Moreover, he had consumed the purple spirit pill, which had perfected the ice lotus martial soul and the great dragon sword soul. His other intents had also reached perfection, and he only needed an opportunity to transform them into a true martial soul. As for the blood sword inheritance, it was now stuck at the 4th level because it required a powerful battle to level up. He had also cultivated the other 2 earth rank cultivation techniques to the small success stage. His current cultivation was not enough to reach the large success stage. It seems that increasing my cultivation is the way to go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the last few days, he did not go into seclusion, but completely relaxed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news that the academy had made an exchange list. It meant that cultivators could use the items in the remote sky secret realm to exchange for items in the true spirit palace. Of course, the value of the items had to be equal. Immediately, Lin Xian was interested. He remembered that he still owed the dark red divine dragon a portion of dragon blood. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian was tempted and prepared to go take a look at the so-called exchange list. There were many items on the exchange list, which meant that there were many treasures in the remote sky secret realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many items on the list. Lin Xian even saw the exchange of Earth-rank martial arts, which made him extremely shocked. One had to know that Earth-rank martial arts were the top martial arts on the continent, and now the Immortal Martial Academy was actually exchanging them. One could imagine how precious the items were. He swept his gaze and quickly searched the list. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Because at the top of the list, there was an exchange item, and that was dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood was worth 7 to 8 million spiritual value points in the true spirit palace. This price was very high. Lin Xian had been in the academy for so long, and he only had 1 million spiritual value points. If he wanted to gather 7 to 8 million spiritual value points, he would have to not exchange for anything and be busy for 2 to 3 years. This would consume too much time for him, and it was not worth it at all. But now, there was an exchange list, which meant that as long as he obtained the corresponding item in the remote sky secret realm, he could exchange for a drop of dragon blood. Remote sky feather. Lin Xian muttered as he stared at the ceiling. This was the item that had been exchanged with the dragon blood. Dragon blood. The dark red dragon was also excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon, he revealed a suspicious expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the dragon blood? Lin Xian asked. No, look at that exchange item. The dark red dragon was excited. Heavenly Abyss feather, could it be the Heavenly Abyss bird's feather? Heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian was stunned, and then his heart trembled violently. Are you sure? Something like that. Otherwise, I can't think of any bird feathers that can be exchanged for dragon blood, the dark red dragon replied. Hiss. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Then, his eyes lit up. One of his goals in coming to the Blood Realm was to find the Heavenly Netherbird. Back then, Lin Xian had obtained an incomplete map that recorded information about the Heavenly Netherbird. That was why Lin Xian came to the Blood Realm. However, the map wasn't complete, so Lin Xian hadn't made any progress. But now, he had obtained information about the Heavenly Netherbird. The remote sky secret realm. Could this secret realm be related to the Heavenly Netherbird? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Seems like it. The dark red dragon was also shocked. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It's a secret realm by itself. The two of them were too excited because the Heavenly Netherbird was a demonic beast on the heaven list. It was very useful to both of them. Needless to say, the dark red dragon needed the Heavenly Netherbird's blood and demonic nucleus to recover its strength. As for Lin Xian, he wanted to deal with the flame to form the fire martial soul. Originally, he just wanted to go in and get some treasures, but he didn't expect to find such a thing. Lin Xian was excited. He had to get the Heavenly Netherbird flame. He had a map in his hand, and it might be useful. After making a mental note of this name, Lin Xian left the exchange board. The other disciples also stared at the list excitedly and kept discussing. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the opening day of the remote sky secret realm. The academy also gathered all the disciples who were qualified to enter the remote sky secret realm. There were a total of 100 people, and 70 of them were young disciples and 30 of them were old martial artists. These people stood on top of an enormous ancient array platform, waiting quietly. Lin Xian was naturally among them. His eyes flickered as he looked around. Finally, he looked at the older generation figures. These older generation figures were extremely powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Most of them were at the sixth heaven of the Honorable Realm. Lin Xian even saw one or two seventh heaven of the Honorable Realm experts. Immediately, he was puzzled because according to the information he received, seventh heaven of the Honorable Realm couldn't enter. But now, there were seventh heaven of the Honorable Realm standing here. This was really strange. However, the dark red dragon said, "There's nothing to be curious about. The Celestial Martial Academy should have a special method to let seventh heaven of the Honorable Realm in. But looking at the number of people, the method to enter must be expensive." I see. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian understood. But then, he became cautious because if the Celestial Martial Academy had such a method, the other king factions should have the same method. If they were interested in the heavenly Netherbird, the situation would be troublesome. It seemed that the remote sky secret realm was really dangerous. He had to be careful. Everyone stood on the array platform and waited quietly. Din Xian also stood at the front with her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. A few elders near her were also whispering to each other. At the same time, on the other side of the Sky Martial Continent, on a huge mountain, several figures floated in the clouds like immortals. They looked like they were in a dream. On the mountain, there were strange runes flashing. They were like red soldering iron, shining with a strange light. Not only that, the other 5 mountains around it were also shining. They connected together and formed a huge light array. The 6 huge mountains pierced through the clouds. The runes on them became brighter and brighter, forming rays of light that intertwined in the void. In the end, they formed a huge array. This scene lasted for a long time before it gradually stabilized. At this moment, a pair of eyes opened in the void. His merciless gaze tore through the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Then, a majestic voice sounded. The remote sky secret realm was finally opened. The voice was low and carried a terrifying aura. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The hearts of the disciples in the distance trembled and their bodies trembled. "Shenchong, let's start with you." The majestic voice sounded again. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim because these people were from the Shen family. Hearing the majestic voice, a middle-aged man stepped on the void and walked over slowly. Chapter 1069. The hearts of the hundreds of disciples trembled when they saw the majestic figure. There was fear and respect in their eyes. "Uncle Shenchong, go for it." Many disciples clenched their fists. Shenchong calmed himself down and looked up at the heaven's eye in the sky. Then, he said respectfully, "Forefather, I'm going in." The deep voice sounded in the sky with the might of a king. Then, Shenchong stepped out with a cold expression. When he stepped onto the dark red light platform, the entire void started to shake. The huge light formation in the sky also shook and countless cracks appeared on it. Shenchong's cultivation has improved again. An ordinary 7th heaven supremacy can't cause such a commotion. Yeah, the teleportation formation can't take it any longer. However, if he can enter, he'll definitely get a great opportunity. Don't worry, the other forces won't dare to try, but our Shen family can definitely send him in safely. Up in the sky, a few elders were having a quick discussion while the hundreds of disciples in the distance were also nervously watching this scene. Obviously, the middle-aged man called Shenchong was a 7th heaven supremacy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to enter the remote sky mystery realm. However, as a sovereign family, the Shen family naturally had a special method. In the sky, the huge light formation shone brightly and quickly connected with heaven and earth. A huge tunnel appeared in the sky. However, the tunnel was extremely unstable and seemed to show signs of breaking at any time. It was the tunnel that led to the remote sky mystery realm. However, it only allowed martial artists below the sixth heaven supremacy to enter. Above this level, the tunnel would become extremely unstable. If a powerful martial artist tried to force his way in, he might be torn to pieces by the unstable spatial power. Now, the middle-aged man called Shinchong was about to experience that. Under the effect of the huge light formation, his body floated towards the dark tunnel. Then, the tunnel began to tremble slightly, forming countless shocking cracks. It was as if the Buddha wanted to devour the middle-aged man. It was a terrifying scene. If one was enveloped by the terrifying spatial power, one would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, the middle-aged man was extremely dangerous at the moment. When the hundreds of disciples saw that, they exclaimed and were extremely nervous. However, Shinchong snorted coldly in the air. He waved his hand and a stream of light appeared above his head. Tens of thousands of rays of light descended and enveloped his body. Earth Step Artifact Fragment. Seeing this scene, a disciple exclaimed. Receiving a treasure fragment from the ground. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they revealed looks of envy. Even though it was just a fragment, it was something even more terrifying and precious than a half-Earth Step artifact. No wonder the other party dared to enter the remote sky's secret realm despite being a seventh-layer venerable. It turned out that he had a terrifying weapon like the fragment of an Earth-ranked treasure artifact. Many disciples quickly discussed among themselves, and their hearts were finally at ease. Sure enough, in the void above, under the effect of the Earth-class treasure fragment, Shinchong's figure rapidly shuttled through the passageway and disappeared. After Shinchong, a few older martial artists walked out and used special methods to enter the remote heaven's secret realm. After the older generation left, it was time for the younger generation. However, compared to the older generation, the younger generation was much safer. This was because none of them had surpassed the sixth heaven of Venerable Realm, so they did not have to worry about being killed by the power of space. When the Shin family entered the remote heaven's secret realm, the Murong family was also making preparations. At this moment, a pitch-black passageway appeared above the Murong family. It was as if a huge beast in the abyss had opened its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. Qingqing, have you really thought it through? Although there are many treasures inside, it's also extremely dangerous. There was a period of time when the death rate in the remote heaven's secret realm was 50%. A delicate-looking young man said. This young man was extremely handsome, like a fairy child, and he had an otherworldly aura. He looked like a young man, but he spoke very maturely. However, no one dared to look down on him. Even the surrounding elders looked at him with respect. This was because although this young man looked young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. When he moved his eyes, he emitted a few wisps of the aura of a king. This completely opposite scene appeared on this young man at the same time, making him seem extremely mysterious. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I've thought it through. Moreover, with the treasures you've given me, I won't be in too much danger. Murong Qingqing smiled. All right, since you've decided, let's begin. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Then, they looked to the front. Under the pitch-black passageway, there was a beautiful figure. She was like a fairy, without a trace of the mortal world. Behind her, there were close to 100 young disciples. At this moment, they were all waiting excitedly. Murong Qingqing smiled faintly. Like a fairy, she flew into the passageway above. After Murong Qingqing landed, the passageway that was originally trembling became extremely stable. There were no abnormalities at all. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, the crowd was amazed. Especially the elders, all of them nodded their heads in satisfaction. It seemed that the bloodline in this girl's body had been awakened. Otherwise, with her cultivation, it would be impossible for her to stabilize the space passageway. That's right. Her bloodline has finally been awakened. Perhaps there will be another king in the Murong family soon. The few elders were excited. However, the handsome young man shook his head slightly. Qingqing had a long way to go. She shouldn't be limited to the family. Compared to here, the outside world was much more exciting. It would also allow her to grow more. The handsome young man's words shook the hearts of the elders. However, no one dared to say anything. Palace of Ares, holy land of martial arts. The huge palace stood tall in the clouds. On the majestic door, there was a divine sword and a demonic saber carved on it. The two intersected, forming the totem of the Palace of Ares. In the Palace of Ares, a skinny old man sat in a majestic hall. The aura of this old man was extremely terrifying. It was as if he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. This person was the Vice Palace Master of the Palace of Ares. However, it was obvious that his faction was still in control of the Palace of Ares. Below the throne, there was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a blood-red robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance like an overlord. It wasn't easy. Finally, at the last moment before the opening of the remote sky's secret realm, we managed to seize control of it. The middle-aged man said with a smile. His voice was filled with joy and excitement. It's nothing. Although that guy is strong, it's not his real body. As long as we spend some time, we will be able to make him disappear one day. When that time comes, the entire Palace of Ares will be mine. The skinny old man said in a deep voice. There was a hint of sharpness in his voice. Chapter 1070. That person. You mean the young man they're waiting for? Yes. The middle-aged man said, this information should be correct. However, I didn't expect that young man to be related to the Immortal Martial Academy and even be valued. After hearing that, the old man pondered for a moment before saying, it's nothing. If it's really that person, he'll definitely enter the remote sky secret realm this time. At that time, we'll send someone to kill him in the secret realm. If that's the case, they'll be completely defeated. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Lin Xian, right? Since you dare to appear, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. At the Immortal Martial Academy side, a pitch-black tunnel also appeared. As soon as the tunnel appeared, the originally quiet scene instantly became chaotic. Then, under the command of Dean Xian and the other elders, the older generation started to enter the tunnel first. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy was powerful and had a deep foundation. Therefore, the two 7th-level honorables also entered the tunnel safely. Next, it was the younger generation. Dugu Outyan carried a long sword on his back and had a tall figure. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, I'll make a move first. After saying that, he stomped his foot and like a sword light, he instantly disappeared into the black tunnel above. Then, Li Yunfei also glanced at Lin Xian before turning around and soaring into the sky. Seeing those two figures, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He knew that it was his turn now. When Li Yunfei's figure also disappeared into the tunnel, Lin Xian moved. He didn't fly at an extreme speed. Instead, he flew slowly towards the black tunnel. However, just as he stepped into the black tunnel, the originally stable black tunnel suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned because they didn't expect this to happen at all. One had to know that only when the first two 7th-level honorables entered the tunnel would there be such a phenomenon. And now, the same phenomenon was happening to Lin Xian as well. This was simply too unbelievable. In an instant, Lin Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why the black tunnel would suddenly undergo such a change. One had to know that even though he was powerful, he didn't think that he could compare to a 7th-level venerated cultivator. Therefore, he couldn't figure it out at all. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. This was because from the way the passage was trembling, it seemed like it would soon shatter. Seeing this scene, the young disciples below were terrified. Even Headmaster Xian and the others had grave expressions on their faces. One had to know that Lin Xian's identity was special. He could not afford to lose him, let alone encounter danger in this passage. Thus, without any hesitation, school head Xian made her move. He formed a series of mystical hand seals that flew upwards in an attempt to take control of the black tunnel. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission, D***, I forgot. Although my cultivation base has dropped, my realm has indeed surpassed that of a king. It had to be known that once one became a king, their body's life level and soul would undergo heaven-defying changes. They would be completely different from supreme experts. Therefore, even though the dark red divine dragon's cultivation base was gone, his body and soul mark were truly at the king realm. However, such power was not allowed to pass through the black tunnel. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression became even more unsightly. What could he do? He had two choices now. One was to leave the dark red divine dragon behind and enter the black tunnel alone. However, even though he would be safe in that way, the restrictions in the remote heavenly secret realm would become his biggest problem. After all, he had also learned formation restrictions from the dark red divine dragon and was far superior to ordinary formation masters. However, the ancient restrictions were not child's play. With his current strength, it would probably be very difficult for him to go against them. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to leave the dark red divine dragon behind at all. However, if he didn't leave the dark red divine dragon behind, he would be killed by the spatial power. He wouldn't be able to resist such power either. Therefore, facing him now seemed to be a dead end. Zero, do you have a way? Lin Xian had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Zero. Zero didn't say anything. Instead, he directly activated the Thousand Beast Cauldron and shot out a black halo that enveloped Lin Xian's body. With the support of the Earth Tier treasure, Lin Xian was completely safe. Then, he quickly passed through the black tunnel and finally disappeared. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Why did something happen to the black tunnel? It shouldn't be. Although Lin Xian's strength is outstanding, it's far from being a threat to the black tunnel. I think there must be a mistake. No matter what, the strange phenomenon has disappeared. Lin Xian can be considered to have entered safely. The elders were completely relieved. However, they didn't notice the black light shot out by the Thousand Beast Cauldron. They all thought that the black tunnel had calmed down by itself. It couldn't be helped. The black light was similar in color to the black tunnel. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. Moreover, when Zero was controlling it, he had used a relatively low-key method. Therefore, it was normal that the elders didn't notice it at first. However, Dean Xian frowned slightly. He had caught a glimpse of the faint light just now. However, he was just curious and didn't think much of it. Lin Xian didn't know about this because he was still in a strange space under the effect of the spatial teleportation. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian's figure appeared in the void. However, he immediately frowned. When the spatial power disappeared, an extremely heavy force supported his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This is... Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly activated the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body surged and formed a force to resist the gravity. Then, he landed safely and heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red dragon also came out of the storage ring. It kept waving its dragon claws in fear. Damn, that scared me to death. That was so dangerous. Indeed, the situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many trump cards and finally passed through safely. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Then, it sensed its surroundings and was surprised. The gravity here is different. It seems to be much heavier than outside. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a force several times heavier than outside pressing down on him. However, his body had been nourished by many natural treasures and was extremely strong. This gravity was nothing to him. However, this strange scene made him extremely bewildered. That was because he had entered many arcane realms. For example, the monster-slaying world was a strange arcane realm. However, the monster-slaying world was nothing compared to this place. That was because this remote sky arcane realm was far superior to the monster-slaying world in all aspects. Chapter 1071. The air in the remote sky secret realm was heavier than Lin Xian had imagined. It also had an ancient aura. The remote sky secret realm was a secret realm that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Even after so many years, the various forces of the Sky Martial Continent had sent their elite disciples in. However, they had only explored 10 or 20% of the secret realm. It was impossible to explore the whole picture. In other words, more than 80% of the secret realm had not been explored. After analyzing this, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. However, he did not give up. He could give up on other treasures, but he had to find the heavenly netherbird. Don't worry, little Xian. According to my judgment, the heavenly netherbird is definitely in this secret realm. The dark red dragon said, however, our first task is not to find the heavenly netherbird, but to find treasures to increase our strength quickly. After all, no one knew what state the heavenly netherbird was in. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. This place was extremely dangerous. It was best to increase one's strength first. Just as the two of them were conversing, there was another fluctuation in the void. Figures appeared in the void and quickly descended. Obviously, those who appeared later were also disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they had just entered and were naturally suppressed by the gravity here. Each of them was like a meteor as they fell violently. However, these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were not ordinary people. Therefore, after a moment of panic, they calmed down and used their methods to safely land. However, these people did not land in the same place as Lin Xian. They landed in a different area. They were a few thousand meters away from Lin Xian, and there were two mountains in between. In fact, Lin Xian understood after thinking about it. The black passageway allowed at most a sixth heaven venerable to pass through. Venerables above the sixth heaven could enter the passageway by ingenious means, but they could not stay with the crowd. Instead, they were randomly sent to remote sky mystery land. In other words, the two seventh heaven venerables from the Immortal Martial Academy were not here at all. As for Lin Xian, because he was carrying the dark red dragon, there were some abnormalities and he deviated from the path. Fortunately, Zero acted in time, so the trajectory did not deviate by much. In the beginning, Lin Xian was not familiar with the Hidden Sky's secret realm, so he did not plan to act alone. Instead, he planned to stay with the team for a period of time and make a decision after he had a thorough understanding of the place. With a flicker, Lin Xian flew towards the place where everyone was about to land. However, even though it was said to be flying, it was actually jumping because the air here was extremely dense, even suppressing martial artists from flying. This didn't mean that Lin Xian couldn't fly, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. In this unfamiliar place, preserving his strength was the most important thing. Therefore, Lin Xian only used his movement technique and quickly ran on the ground. At the front, the older generation figures and young disciples had completely settled down after landing. Then, they began to size up the surroundings and count the number of people. Very soon, they frowned because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't with them apart from the two 7th-level venerables. This greatly surprised them. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because they saw Lin Xian flying towards them quickly. "You're finally here. We thought you were randomly teleported out too," Bing Ling said worriedly in the crowd. "No, there was a slight deviation during the teleportation process. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away." Lin Xian shrugged and returned to the team. The older generation figures also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around and said in a low voice, "As this is your first time entering the Hidden Sky's secret realm and you're not familiar with this place, it's best that we don't split up at the beginning." After hearing that, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place was unpredictable and dangerous. If everyone was together, their safety would be greatly increased. Moreover, they were completely clueless about this place. If they went out alone, they might not be able to find anything. The following matters were easy to handle. With the older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the rest began to walk in the Hidden Sky's secret realm. "Now, let's confirm our location," one of the elders, Elder Song, said. Then, he took out a map and began to study it with everyone. Elder Song was very powerful and had reached the 6th heaven of the martial honor realm. Moreover, he was very old and had been here twice before. Therefore, no one was more familiar with the Hidden Sky's secret realm than him. In front of him, even Dugu Outyan, Li Yunfei, and the rest did not dare to act rashly. Elder Song and a few of the older generation figures studied it for a while and then said loudly, "If I'm not wrong, we should be in the Mirage Sea zone." "Mirage Sea?" Wen Yen said. Everyone frowned. Even Lin Xian's face did not look too good. Because the Mirage Sea was very mysterious and rumored to be very terrifying, no one wanted to stay here. After taking a deep breath, Elder Song said in a low voice, "I think we should hurry up and leave this place." Everyone nodded and went on their way. The dark red divine dragon looked suspicious. "Mirage Sea? What kind of lousy name is that? There's not even a drop of water here. How can it be called the Mirage Sea?" It looked around for a long time but did not find anything. Therefore, it could only follow beside Lin Xian. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to move forward under Elder Song's lead. However, no one flew because flying here consumed too much spiritual power. The gains did not make up for the losses. This was a test of everyone's movement skills. Those with good movement skills were like fish in water here. They could even ingeniously reduce the pressure in the air. Lin Xian's movement skills were probably the best among them. There was no other way. His Void Tomb Illusory Demonic Steps was an Earth rank movement skill. However, he did not walk too fast. Instead, he walked with the rest. However, a few disciples who were confident in their movement skills chose to lead the way. Boom! However, as Lin Xian and the rest were walking, there was a sudden earth-shattering sound in front of them. Then, countless rays of light lit up like colorful clouds, shocking the surroundings. Along with it, there was a vast amount of spiritual power and the sound of intense fighting. Oh no, they're fighting. When everyone heard the sound, their faces changed. Oh. They all sped up to provide support. Lin Xian tapped his foot and flew out like a puff of smoke. Soon, he saw the scene in front of him. There, over 10 disciples were fighting with a pack of demonic wolves. This pack of demonic wolves was extremely terrifying. They had already reached the level of demon general. Moreover, the demonic qi on their bodies condensed into armor, making them even more difficult to deal with. For a moment, these demonic wolves were actually locked in battle with the disciples in front of them. This was too shocking. One must know that these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were all geniuses. In the outside world, ordinary demon generals were not their opponents. They could almost be killed in a single move. Even demon generals of the same level would not be in such a sorry state. Chapter 1072. It seemed that the gravity in the remote sky secret realm was not the only abnormal place. Even the demonic beasts were much stronger than those in the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Xian had more people on his side, and there were also older generation experts. One of the elders rushed over and snorted as he punched forward. The terrifying fist brought about a strong gust of wind and blew up a demonic wolf. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by the combat power of the older generation. As expected of the older generation, their combat power was too fierce. The rest of the older generation also attacked and killed more than 10 demonic wolves in an instant. When the remaining wolves saw this scene, they were finally frightened. They quickly howled and tried to escape in all directions. Hey, these demonic wolves are ancient remnant beasts. The fur and bones on them are very strange. If this material is used to refine weapons, it should be much better than those in the outside world. A few of the older generation looked at the demonic wolves' corpses on the ground with shining eyes. After hearing this, the disciples at the back were also shocked. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. Just a pack of demonic wolves was an ancient remnant beast. This place was full of treasures. Of course, in order to obtain rich treasures, one had to be powerful. Without the older generation, the younger generation would have to put in a lot of effort. Next, Elder Song divided them into groups. The younger generation was divided into 3 groups, led by Lin Xian, Du Guotian, and Li Yunfei. The older generation experts stood guard at the side. Not long after, Lin Xian and the rest were intercepted again. It was still demonic wolves, but there were obviously more of them this time. There was even a wolf king in the group. This time, the battle was much more intense than before, and all kinds of spiritual energy radiance splashed everywhere. Lin Xian's side was also attacked, and the battle was about to start. He waved his hand, and a series of palm shadows rushed out with a terrifying icy aura. All the demonic wolves that were touched by the icy aura were quickly covered in frost. They were frozen and slowed down. Seeing this, the others attacked with all their might. Lin Xian did not fight the demon wolves with all his might. Instead, he acted as the commander, occasionally releasing his icy aura to control the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, Lin Xian's heart started pounding as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He quickly released his soul force to scan the surroundings while shouting, "Be careful. Pay attention to the plants around you." His voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Momentarily, the hearts of the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples shuddered as they rapidly formed a defensive barrier around their bodies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the grayish-brown plant nearby came to life. Like a demon, it kept swaying. Moreover, countless gray tree branches shot out from the ground like venomous pythons and quickly wrapped around the crowd. This change was very sudden. Some of the tree branches had black poisonous thorns on them. It was obvious that they were covered in poison. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's warning, these disciples would have long been pierced by the poisonous thorns. If that was the case, they would be in danger. However, even with Lin Xian's warning, there were still some disciples who were too slow. They did not dodge in time and were struck by the grayish-brown vines. They were instantly sent flying. There was even a disciple whose defensive barrier was cracked. Instantly, the disciple's pupils shrank as a terrified expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, the poisonous thorns did not injure his body. However, the grayish-brown plants did not let these people go, especially the few disciples who were sent flying. Countless vines quickly wrapped around them. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He flicked out a thunderstorm sword ripple with his finger, which was as fast as lightning, slashing forward. Pang! The sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, instantly tearing the ground apart. Countless energy collided, forming a violent wind that swept up sand and dust, like a tornado that swept in all directions. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp. It directly cut off the grayish-brown branches. Thank you, Brother Lin. The few disciples were also frightened. They quickly retreated and joined the others. However, although everyone gathered together, they did not look good. This was because scarlet blood flowed out from the broken branches, instantly dyeing the ground red. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their scalps go numb. A tree branch could actually bleed. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Before anyone could react, a shrill cry suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Immediately after, the entire ground trembled as if a huge monster had awakened. It quickly drilled out from the ground. The ground bulged and then countless cracks appeared as it quickly rushed into the distance. A huge tree demon crawled up from the ground and roared ferociously. Its voice was terrifying. This tree demon was very large, almost 100 meters tall. There was a flat cut on its upper left side, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword qi. Lin Xian's sword qi had angered the tree demon below. It roared and its branches trembled. Like poisonous snakes, they quickly lashed out at the crowd. Be careful, these branches are highly poisonous. Lin Xian quickly reminded them. At the same time, he calmly dodged the attacks of the countless branches. Everyone knew how powerful it was and did not dare to fight it head-on. They all fled. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Among the crowd, Qi Hao roared and waved his huge palm, slamming it to the left. This palm was extremely terrifying. It shook the surroundings and the entire void was mercilessly torn apart. The blue palm was like a vast ocean, fiercely blasting towards the gray tree demon. However, the tree demon also roared. The countless branches on its body waved and quickly intertwined, forming a gray fist that blasted forward. Pang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The tree demon's fist actually blocked the ocean blue palm shadow. Furthermore, the power formed by the countless branches even pushed Qi Hao back through the blue light pillar. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They could not believe it. Who was Qi Hao? He was an expert in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he was unable to take down the tree demon. This was simply too shocking. No wonder it was said that the remote sky mystery realm was extremely terrifying. Now, it seemed that it was true. However, it was fortunate that Qi Hao was only pushed back and was not injured. On the other side, Lin Xian roared coldly and quickly waved his arm. Previously, he had only been in control of the situation and would only act when there was danger. However, he could not care less now. The great tree demon's strength was beyond his expectations. He had to act quickly and defeat it. Countless pieces of ice gathered and formed an icy blue fist that blasted forward. The tree demon roared angrily. The branches on its body trembled and formed a huge gray shield in front of it. Chapter 1073. When the frost fist approached the gray shield, it suddenly disintegrated and turned into 5 ice dragons that attacked the gray tree demon from 5 different directions. This change was very sudden. The gray shield tightly blocked 2 ice dragons, but the other 3 ice dragons fiercely slammed into its body, causing it to be knocked back. The giant tree demon only stopped after taking 7 or 8 steps back. However, the ground had been trampled beyond recognition. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. The punch just now was not simple. Even an ordinary 4th-level supremacy would have been injured. However, the great tree demon was only forced back a few steps and did not suffer any substantial damage. This was beyond his expectations. Then, he snorted coldly and his eyes shone with a shocking light. That punch just now was just an ordinary punch. His true strength was not just that. He dared to guarantee that the great tree demon would not have it so easy. He bent his fingertips and the aura of wind and thunder gathered, forming a sword wave of spiritual power that swallowed the light. Then, Lin Xian flicked his finger and the wind and thunder sword wave also surged out quickly. Strong wind and lightning rushed toward the great tree demon quickly. Not only that, but the sword wave also contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that the attack was extremely powerful. In addition to the wind and thunder attributes, the sword wave was extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! The huge sword wave hit the gray tree body. Immediately, countless lightning bolts jumped and wild winds danced, completely enveloping the other party. However, the black tree demon roared angrily and waved all the branches on its body to resist. However, Lin Xian did not give it a chance to turn around. With a flick of his finger, terrifying sword chi surged out one after another. They intertwined in the air and quickly slashed forward. Amidst the sword chi, the giant tree demon was beaten into a sorry state and screamed in pain. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They all looked forward with their mouths wide open in disbelief. They knew the strength of the tree demon, especially the poisonous thorns on the branches. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Even a 4th-level supremacy would not dare to fight it head-on. Moreover, not long ago, Qi Hao, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, had collided with the tree demon's palm and had been forced back. This further proved how powerful the tree demon was. However, such a terrifying tree demon was being beaten back repeatedly by Lin Xian, and it was in such a sorry state. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Is this really Lin Xian? His strength is so terrifying. That's right. This sword chi is too sharp, far surpassing those of the same level. Why do I feel like he's comparable to those of the older generation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Among those present, only the older generation possessed such combat strength. However, Lin Xian's display of such powerful combat strength had truly shocked everyone present. However, at the moment when the crowd were discussing among themselves, those people of the older generation also arrived and began to attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not continue to attack. Instead, he withdrew the sword waves. In any case, with the help of these seniors, the great tree demon would not be able to escape. So, he might as well save his strength for a rainy day. As expected, under the joint attack of a few of the older generation experts, the great tree demon shrieked in pain and was quickly torn apart. Seeing this, the crowd was still amazed. As expected of the older generation, they were simply too powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, the combat strength of the older generation was very strong. They were not on the same level as the younger disciples. It seemed that his greatest enemy in the obscure secret mirror this time was the older generation of the other forces. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart turned heavy. He did not dare to be careless. After killing the tree demon, the older generation began to organize the tree demon's corpse as materials for refining weapons. The other younger disciples quickly sat down cross-legged to recover their strength. Not long after, the older generation finished their work. The younger generation also opened their eyes, stood up, and set off again. Along the way, the crowd did not speak. They all walked forward in silence because they did not want to stay in the illusory sea zone any longer. Some of the wealthier younger disciples even took out demonic beasts from their demonic beast pouches as mounts. In this way, the cultivator would be able to save a great deal of strength, and they would be able to display their greatest combat strength in battle. Lin Xian rubbed his chin when he saw this scene. He had 2 demonic beasts in his possession as well. However, he thought about it and didn't take them out in the end. One of his demonic beasts was the gold-winged eagle, and the other was the gold-eyed toad. However, flying was restricted in this place, so the gold-winged eagle wasn't of much use. Moreover, even though this place was called the illusory sea, the surroundings were dry like a desert. So, the gold-eyed toad was probably unable to display much of its strength here. So, it was better to travel on foot. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun. Everyone's shadows were long on the ground. At this moment, the scorching temperature in the surroundings had gradually vanished, and it was replaced by a trace of gloomy coldness. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the changes in the surroundings, and they frowned. Elder Song had a solemn expression as well, and he said in a low voice, "The illusory sea zone is extremely famous. According to rumor, it's extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. It's even capable of freezing Exalt Realm cultivators to death. So, let's speed up and find a safe place to spend the night." Freeze Exalt Realm cultivators to death. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that, and they gasped. How strong were Exalt Realm cultivators? They were powerhouses, yet such figures could actually be frozen to death. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature was. Sure enough, as if to prove Elder Song's words, a cold wind blew in the surroundings not long after. A bone-piercing chill quickly spread, and the sand beneath their feet turned from boiling hot to icy cold. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace when they sensed the chill. At this moment, a cry of surprise was suddenly heard. "Damn, what's that?" A disciple pointed at the sky in the distance and shouted. There was even a trace of fear in his voice. Everyone raised their heads and looked over when they heard that. Then, they were all dumbstruck and stunned on the spot. Lin Xian was similarly shocked, and his heart thumped wildly. However, he had seen too many strange things, so even though he was shocked, he wasn't stunned. However, his expression was extremely unsightly because a huge shadow had appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was like a dark cloud. However, relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't a dark cloud at all. Because the huge shadow was covered in scales, and it was very obvious that it was a demonic beast. However, this made him even more shocked. Because only a portion of its body was revealed, yet it covered half the sky. Exactly how big was the demonic beast's hand? The mysterious demonic beast's huge body circled in the sky like a dark cloud, and it pressed down on everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Then, two rays of light that were like the sun appeared. Everyone knew that those were the eyes of the huge demonic beast. "Everyone, be careful. Don't move." Elder Song warned coldly, "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."